Hello, all of
It's
you
the
wonderful
second.
beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Hotel Architect. And we are using the TF talkies today because they're fun. So, transform me to your heart's content, everybody. We finished up with Gothenburg for the most part. There's probably more that I could do there, but there's particular unlocks that I'm going to need to head on over to the next place for. So let's get over to Santorini. With its beautiful surroundings and warm climate, Santorini is a perfect place for relaxing. Take the chance to build your very own resort on this paradise island. Let's see. Sardinia. Nah. Nah. Let's see, we can come up with a creative name for this.
So we need to find a way to
Hey,
mix
Wing
fish
Zero.
person and Beerus.
Nah, I'm thinking something to do with transformation.
Ah,
Ah, I know. Relax for a change. There we go. That's our hotel name.
A warm welcome to Santorini. In the scorching Greek heat, keeping your hotel at a comfortable temperature is essential. A well placed breeze or perfectly chilled room can make all the difference for your guests. Speaking of guests, in this scenario, you should focus primarily on sunbathers and brats. Make sure to provide suitable rooms and activities to keep them satisfied. And of course, no great vacation is complete without a drink. That's why it's time to set up your very first bar.
Ah, so I need to focus on brats, huh? I guess I really should have named this after Mala.
this game looks almost 2-pointish.
Kinda, yeah.
Look at that! You now have a bunch of new items available. I'm sure some of them will come in handy very soon. Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and pause to begin with. It looks like we've got 2 receptionist desks, which is neat. We also have a Kuroi that's cute.
Whee!
Oh, that's kind of neat. We got a little sky bridge there. There's already some fans set up in all the rooms, I see. They actually have decent rooms here. That is wonderful. Let's see here. Why did these doors not come pre-designated as staff room? Or staff doors only? You know? Hello, Era.
I'm going to do some relic grinding while I watch you.
Relic grinding?
New weapons on Final Fantasy XIV came out, so the grind.
Enjoy.
Yep, I have to do world events to get these things, and I need 18 of them, and there's a 2% chance it'll drop from a successful completion of a world event, so...
How you doing there, Era? It's good to see you. Oh, right! Mala, come join voice. Did you watch the session last night? I want to hear all about it.
Kinda.
Ducks underscore all underscore around has turned Razim into a Eevee. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Eevee.
I have arrived.
Eevee.
Eevee indeed.
Eevee.
I'm interested to hear what happened with the piercing the veil session I missed yesterday.
Eevee.
Oh, someone played a card I didn't hear.
Eevee.
Yeah, he's leaving now.
I kind of noticed.
Eevee. 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 Eevee.
That's a thirsty Eevee noise if I've ever heard one.
Ah, good. Back to normal.
True.
It's all Mala's fault.
Why is it my fault?
So,
Because Mala made him a thirsty Eevee, apparently.
let's hear your thoughts about wild traditions there, Mala.
Well, firstly, where the fuck is Spike? I will bring a gun.
And there
Bring
is
him
the
back.
swear jar.
Has it not been time, dang it? I thought a little time had passed.
It's only been like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Ah, yes, the tragic sin, Merle. Tragic, tragic sin.
No, Stream Elements is just a pure one white page. I can't actually do a little tip. Wow.
See, this is why I've just had to adopt a I don't swear on Zim streams unless he tells me to rule. And, you know, that's on top of, you know, Zim sending me that meme about is making Australians not allowed to swear considered cruel and unusual punishment? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is.
Era wants to hear Mala.
I believe in the party's ability to find and get Spike back.
But why
That
would
is
they?
my thoughts on the matter.
They don't seem very particularly urgent about doing anything to me.
I mean, they've done most of what they can.
They didn't even
Filed a
go out
missing person.
searching.
I mean, they put out a missing persons report. They haven't had much time to do much else.
I don't know about that. I feel like they could have easily done more.
Well, they may have been able to do more, but does not mean that will be the end of their efforts.
Also, Kuroi cute.
Kuroi not cute.
Kuroi very cute.
Lies. So who plays Spike?
So
Arid.
Araband plays Spike.
Ah.
Yeah, it sounds like he does want poor Thales to go away.
Look, Thales is good, but I have not seen him enough yet to have much an opinion on him like I do with Spike.
Poor Thales.
If I had to pick between the two,
Guts
currently,
underscore
right
all
now, it would be
underscore
Spike.
around is the new emperor of the chat. They declare that Midnight is pardoned for his sin of letting Hunter die. All hail Emperor Ducks underscore all underscore around.
So what happened in Piercing the Veil when I left? Well, since I missed it, I should say.
Mostly it was just organizing shipments. Because, you know, kind of need to make some money.
Fair.
I wish I could say much more happened, but really that was it.
Everything is on fire. You missed everything.
Mala, what the heck?
What?
You're making Era go do the dishes? What the heck?
I did not get an option to do it, but
Mala disappointing fish.
well, I would do it
Flail,
if I could. But you pulled me in here.
So first you hate poor Thales, and now you're making Era go do the dishes himself. Such a disappointing moth.
I never said I hated Thales. I even
You
said
didn't
Thales
have
was
to,
good.
Mala. You didn't have to. It was obvious.
This is
Yeah.
a, oh, you like pancakes, that means you must mean waffle situation. You must hate waffles. Flail.
You hate waffles?
Why do you
The
hate
fuck?
waffles?
What kind of
Because
monster
crumpets
hates...
Because crumpets are just infinitely superior.
Get out.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
Well, okay, then I will get out. I'm a good girl.
Why is stream mode not activating automatically anymore? There.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't dislike crumpets, but claiming crumpets are better than waffles?
I know, right?
Ah,
Yeah, Era. Yeah. You see what I mean by Mala misbehaving when your back is turned? Every single time. Every time.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely prone to having crumpets with some melted butter and Vegemite on them, but geez, it does not beat waffles. I make my own waffles with like mixed berry coulis and ice cream and fresh strawberries.
I kind of agree with you, Era. I would rate them a little higher than that, but I do agree that they are not as good as waffles.
I mean, they're completely different occasions of food.
You're not wrong.
But like, on their own, pancakes are kind of bleh.
Exactly.
But you mix them with the right things and they're delicious. Like bacon, so like pancakes topped with bacon, eggs, maple syrup.
You know, I can very much agree on that.
Rar?
Hi, Key.
Hi.
I wanted
Why
to hear
far
your
have I
thoughts.
been on.
Wild Traditions.
Oh,
I mean, it looked like you watched the rest of it.
yes, I watched Era's recording specifically because I'm impatient, but also I'm going to watch yours later because I'll forget. But gosh darn you, why must you make me the sad?
What do you mean?
The ending? You know what you've done.
How so?
You have made people the sad. You have made Spike sad. You have made Norton sad. You have made Aspen an orphan. I'm also super waiting on people to remember that Aspen exists and needs to be picked up.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an expensive bill if they don't get him out of there.
Gosh, the daycares were so expensive if you didn't pick up your Pokemon. To the point where you couldn't.
Yeah, the daycares were really aggressive because it's like, okay, I can't afford to get my Pokemon back. Crap. I gotta leave to go make more money to go get to afford it. Except the bill is just going up and up as as they're out there. Fuck.
Oh yeah, and even worse is that after a point in the older games, the only method for you to get more money was to
farm the Elite Four.
Yeah, farm the Elite Four. Technically, it might have been possible using the Game Corner, but not in the earliest generations.
Honestly, though, farming the Elite Four was a really effective way to make money. It just took a while.
Yeah, it sure was. I should know. I did it at one point. Because it was like, well, I've fought every single trainer throughout the game. The only ones left that I can redo are the Elite Four. Meanwhile, in modern games, you can get money very easily.
Hey there, Tenny Floof. So, Mala, you want Thales to just be abandoned again, left to go suffer in the world again?
How dare you make us choose between the adorable couple and the devil's sweetest soldier? How
Why don't you Why don't you just fold the Devil's Sweetest Soldier into the couple and make it a throuple?
because there's no way that that would ever work.
Sad.
You know, poor Thales, left to sleep outside in a bush, and then it starts raining on him in the middle of the night.
That made me sad too. There was much sad, and then the entire end of the session was just fun sparring, which was great. And then you had to ruin it at the end with sad.
And, yeah, Mala, you clearly missed out on that fact. He's not exactly welcome around very much.
He's so bubbly and sweet, and everybody finds him creepy, and that is extra disheartening and sad.
Oof, real life truth there.
Yeah, he's a bit of an oddball. Thus, they don't want him around. How am I supposed to see the temperature of this place to actually figure out where I'm supposed to place these AC units? I just see complete... Huh?
Is there not a visual filter?
I was gonna say, you mean you don't have thermal vision?
I don't know if I do. I'm trying to figure that out. Ah, here we go. Ah. Well, this room could certainly use a AC unit.
Well
And now we got a
done.
surf
I
simulator.
see that the next task on your to-do list is serving bar drinks.
Uh,
To make that
surf
happen,
as in
you'll
like
need to build a
surfing,
bar
or surf
zone,
as in
create
like
a drink
servant
menu,
class?
and install the necessary
Surfing.
equipment for your selected drinks. And of course, no bar is complete without a
Which,
dedicated bartender.
Those things, like, don't they take up a lot of space?
I would assume so, but...
I remember there used to be a surfing simulator thing at a supermarket near me when I grew up. But they had to take it down because people kept getting thrown through the nearby shop windows.
Oh!
It's essentially a bucking bull machine that you stand on.
Well, yeah, because in order to get the effect of surfing, the water actually needs to be going pretty fast.
But are they, Mala? A little peek behind the veil, but there is only one person left at the temple. And that is the head shadow. The one that that he called.
I mean, I feel like Surf Simulator is what I call a fun Saturday night.
Wow.
What?
Naughty, naughty.
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Not apologetic at all. But also, Thales did kind of allude to the fact that everybody else has kind of been sent out. So, yeah.
I am definitely looking at things with Scar. I'm wondering if we need to bump up the damage.
You're saying this after the sparring match and how insane that is? Okay, I do say this fully knowing that 2 out of 3 of the participants in the sparring match are using highly optimized builds.
Well, my reason for saying that is, if you look at it, a lot of people wind up just doing chip damage.
Yes.
So it kind of sounds like you have to be super optimized to even do damage, which is a little...
That's kind of against the spirit of the system, is because I want... I would
Maybe you want to
ideally...
reach-
Ideally, any build will be valid. Obviously, that's basically impossible. But that is still the ideal outcome.
Would it be worth then potentially looking at the lowering the difference, less about increasing the damage overall, but more lowering the difference between the damage floor and the damage ceiling? If that makes sense.
What do you mean by that? Like, how much they could...
Well, basically how much impact the stats actually have in terms of your individual damage. Like, for example, if min-maxing your stats or optimizing your stats makes the difference between your build absolutely decimating or just only doing chip damage, then maybe you need to lower the impact of stats directly on damage. So, like, they'll still make a difference, but, you know, have it so that you can still do damage well, even if your stats aren't optimized. But, you know, maybe lower the amount of just how much optimizing your stats will gain you. You know, a little bit of a narrow the window a bit.
Yeah, it's something that we'll have to look into.
I assume that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
I know one way some games do it is by making it more dependent on your gear instead of on your... I'm making your damage more dependent on your gear than on your stats.
You're right, Furry. You are right. It's something that we could at least bring up, and I'm sure Tal will have thoughts on it, and... Well, Tal always has thoughts on things.
Well, that's
He'll
kind of why I
probably
was
smack
saying
me
it's...
upside the head and tell me that I'm an idiot.
That's why I was saying not so much just raise the damage, but also raise the floor while capping the ceiling. So, you know, lower maximum potential damage while increasing minimum base damage.
Yeah.
That has its pros and cons.
Well, it's just more in terms of if you're trying to make it so that all builds are viable, then you need to do a degree of that. You can't just have people able to just melt so much more than others. You need to have it so that people are brought within a spectrum of each other. Like, it's okay to have certain builds outperform others. That's great. But if you're wanting it all to be within spec, you need, like, you know, a percentage deviation of power creep.
Well, the other thing is, as many players, particularly those of Wild Traditions, have been figuring out, depending on how you build your character and their moves or how they interact with combat, because that might be equipment, you can end up being drastically less effective than someone who has figured out something or decided to pick something that ends up being more directed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's kind of why it's like yes, you still want to have people who outperform others, yes, but like, say you don't necessarily want the power deviation between two people who have decided to build into DPS, or like not DPS, like into, I guess, direct damages, or whatever they're called in this system. Sorry. Then you'd probably want to try to keep the power deviation between those two, you know, capped at about maybe 25% difference, just because otherwise you're going to have a situation where you can't keep it all viable, because otherwise you're going to have to develop the very strong meta is going to develop. And I guess it's, do you want a very strong meta to develop, or do you want it to be a bit more freeform? Because then you have to find a way to cap the power difference potential.
Yeah. Which that is why, for instance, the crit / accuracy build is very strong, because it makes it much easier. It does require setup, of course, but it allows you to not only hit frequently, it causes your dice to explode frequently. And with the way that dice explosions work, there can, through random acts of chance and fate, be wild outliers of numbers. And then you have Nova, who is an outlier of a goddamn character.
Well, then that's when you need to start putting ways to, you know, maybe dice can only explode a certain number of times before you reach a cap limit.
We definitely do not want to go that route. I feel like people would be very, very upset with that. Yeah. No limits on explosions. That is definitely not the route that we want to go. That won't achieve good results.
Well, then could you make that the additional chains would have diminishing returns?
Not really.
I guess one of the things I'm wondering is it seems like those who are able to read the system very much end up with these very overpowered Mary Sue characters, which is, I guess it's okay, but then you want everyone to be able to be an overpowered Mary Sue just as easily. That's just my observation, but to be honest, I've only seen a couple of games, but it just looks like those who know the system very well are very much able to make these overpowered characters, whereas newcomers are just kind of struggling just to take a step. I could be wrong, but...
No.
Also,
those that know the system are very much capable of doing a lot more.
yeah, it would not be out of place for Tal or even Era to be capable of utterly breaking party balance if they so chose. If we're talking Wild Traditions specifically, yes, Nova is a strong build, but it is fully carried by the fact that Nova's luck is ridiculous as a character, which the direct inverse is Rain, who has such terrible luck that even though they otherwise should be an effective healer, they have not been. And
Well,
luck is not something we can really account for necessarily.
I feel there are ways you could mitigate the reliance on luck for builds.
Well, yes, there are ways that are built into the system. There's things like guaranteed damage, and I believe guaranteed healing as well. You would just have to put points into it. Also, I constantly forget that Wild Traditions is still technically in early game stages, and I think that's mostly because of the challenges they've had to face so far.
I mean, that's fair when talking specifically about Wild Traditions, but there's certain characters in other games that I've seen that are just brokenly overpowered compared to the rest of their party.
A little bit.
Are
Well-
there any in particular that come to mind?
Yes, but I don't feel good calling them out.
Well,
I only ask because I have very limited scope.
it's not so much that you're calling them out as you are simply giving us your observations, and your observations are...
Well, for example, Vane. And Arf and Furvis are two examples that immediately come to mind.
Well, you haven't seen Furvis do any combat yet.
I mean, I was just saying Arf and Furvis because I kind of see Arf and Furvis as functioning as a single unit. But that's fair.
Vane, I will definitely agree on. Yeah, Furvis and Arf, there hasn't been any real combat with them yet, and what has been there has been more of a... They just
Comical
got lucky.
waffle stomp.
They just got lucky with rolls.
Yeah.
So from my experiences in Pathfinder and even somewhat doing poker roll, I do have to agree with Era here. You can't necessarily entirely stop min-maxers without hurting the non-min-maxers. And so far, Scar, I feel, while it, of course, has lots of work ahead of it, is doing a fairly good job of not doing that. It has been towing a fine line, and it has been moving step by step across that tightrope in bits and pieces.
We've been doing our best.
And on the subject of Pathfinder 1E specifically heavily rewarded system mastery to the point where you could do ridiculous things without even picking some of the most blatant quote unquote OP options. And well, 1E had its own slew of flagrant flaws.
I mean, my point's not saying that you should punish min-maxers. As someone who tends to play RPGs as a min-maxer, I'm not seeking to punish min-maxing. It's just a case of how much you reward min-maxing versus rewarding people who just like to go with more heuristic feels for their builds. And it's like, of course you have to pick a direction in your build. That's just RPG character making 101. But it's like, you know, it's how much you reward the min-maxing of the build versus someone who's just wanting to develop their character from more of a roleplay aesthetic and less of a archetype aesthetic. Like, generally, I'm very much big on the, you know, go full ham on the min-max support because that's how I tend to play. But, you know, I know a lot of people who don't like to do the min-maxing stuff, and they often feel very left behind in systems that tend... I'm not saying Scar does. I don't think Scar does favor min-maxes too much, but, I mean, a lot of systems do tend to favor min-maxes a lot, and, yeah, it's kind of sucky if you're not a min-maxer. So, I don't know. I'm just saying ways that you could make it so that it still doesn't discourage min-maxing, but just doesn't make it the only way to play is... I've just seen a couple of Mary Sue characters pop up in Scar system, and some of them feel a little too Mary Sue'd. And that's usually not particularly fun to play alongside. I can imagine, anyway.
Yeah,
I
would
wrong.
agree on that.
And it's usually not necessarily the person who's playing the Mary Sue character's fault that they're playing a Mary Sue. They might not have realized they were making a Mary Sue. They just happened to pick the things that work together, but yeah.
I'm assuming you've got some stuff to say there, Era. Though if you are speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, we can hear you now, but you are exceedingly quiet. Oh, now we
Oh, there we go. Now you're very, very loud.
Yeah, we could not hear you before. Sorry.
It's worth note that yes, Mary Sue. There's a couple, or there may be Mary Sues and power gamers or min maxers in the thing, but we don't. One thing that's really important to note is that's on the ST's shoulders to balance out for the party. And when you have a very strong character in the group that is taking over, especially in combat and stuff like that, it is really up to the ST to find ways to mitigate that to give other players things. As somebody that's been GMing and STing for nearly 20 years, I've dealt with a lot of people that make extremely broken builds. And there's a little secret, these broken builds that people make, there's always a way to completely shut them down in combat. So, while, yes, I understand that there's this whole min-maxing thing and you don't want to... It's a very dangerous game to play where you get into trying to find ways of limiting the min-maxers without taking away options from other players. And at the end of the day, it's really on the ST's shoulders to be like, okay, that's a really broken character. How do I go around that to give other people a turn?
Well, the question is also, how do you get around that without making the people who may be doing similar builds but just not as effective without shutting them down as well? Because it's like, how do you shut down the person who's built a completely OP, stealth assassin build versus someone who's built a slightly pretty ineffective but trying their best assassin build? How do you limit one without limiting the other?
It really depends on their skill set. But let's say that you got one that has all the right magic items and stuff like that. An anti-magic field will shut somebody like that down. And you can easily just turn around and accidentally in the background be a good ST and fudge the rolls on the player that has a similar build but isn't relying so heavily on magic items in the min-maxing aspect. It's a game, so that's something I've always done in my games. Is I've always been very careful when I'm crafting my combats and encounters to look at my players, look at their sheets, and be like, okay, they're really good at this, and these people are really good at this, but these people haven't really had any moments recently, so I'm going to make something that will cater to their build specifically, where they get to be the superstar of this next combat. And it's something I highly recommend all STs do, is look at their players' character sheets and just be like, wow, this person's been getting really, really bad luck. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to accidentally not see them roll and demand that they roll again. I'm going to go ahead, this person's really, really good at piercing damage, but only up close. So I'm going to make somebody that can just deflect a bunch of arrows for this next session and make it really hard on that ranger that keeps on pinging everything. Because I've definitely been in parties where the rogue walks in, shoots a bunch of arrows and clears an entire counter by themselves. I'm just sitting there in the corner going, okay. That I put on the ST and the GM.
But then, you also have the person who comes in and, their guns basically don't seem to be able to penetrate the lowest form of armor class, and they end up just doing nothing.
Cool. Eve. So what we do there is we don't put armor class. We make an evasion build where the guns will actually hit touch AC instead, because that's how guns work in Pathfinder. Well, everybody else has a hard time hitting them because they have high dex. Not the gunner. They're fine.
I guess I'm not so much talking Pathfinder. I'm more talking Scar, but fair.
It's cross-applicable no matter what system you're in.
Fair.
And the problem is that no matter what you do, you're going to get min-maxers. Somebody is going to look at the rules, find something broken, and build it. Okay. You can't go around it. It's the same thing with rules layers. You're going to run into rules layers, so I just don't see a point in limiting those things with other people personally. That's my opinion, though.
Oh
people
my God,
free to disagree.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are very correct. We cannot avoid min-maxers. Just like we can't avoid people that min-max and make invalid characters as well. Oh, you haven't heard that yet, have you, Era?
Do I want to know?
Oh, boy. Well, let's hope he hasn't fixed it yet, so you can actually see it. Ren's character for Agents of Reflection. Nope, he has not fixed it. Feast your eyes on... I'll send it to Key, too. On this sheet here.
Oh, I remember from last Agents of Reflection, you being very put off by that. And I was like, oh boy, how did they manage that?
The hell?
So I understand it's been many sessions and you've gotten points and experience. But I fully understand now what you mean by this is not a character. I haven't even scrolled down. I've just looked at the skills. I want everybody to understand this.
Okay, Ren.
Also, we have no idea what skill Diomond Storm is. But apparently he's got a couple of... He's got a skill that apparently, or a move, it's literally just called move, and it runs off of a skill called Diomond Storm. And then there's another one that runs off of Diomand Storm. And then on his XP sheet, it's Diomdand Storm. And let's not forget the skill Shadow Kick! Because kick is in all caps for some reason, and shadow is in all lowercase.
Oh my goodness. Era, you know how I would edit your stuff?
Yeah,
A part of me physically wants to reach into the screen and edit everything around to be correct.
But yeah, for everybody out there, at character creation, you are supposed to have 1 dot in 3 skills of your choice per column. And then you put an extra, you have 4 dots that you can put in any skills across the 3 columns. Ren has 1 dotted initiative under the natural skills column. He has 1 dotted initiative, 4 dots in, well, it's now emit, but at the time it's labeled as send. And that's it. Then trained skills, he's got 5 dots in acrobatics, 4 dots in evasion, 4 dots in subterfuge. That's it. And for knowledge skills, he's got 2 dots in technology. He didn't even make a valid character. And this is also why I kind of told Matteo, or I'm glad I told Matteo, no, you gotta be particular on skills sometimes. Climbing is an athletics thing. Because Ren was trying to argue for using acrobatics. And now I see why, because he's got nothing in athletics but 5 dots in acrobatics.
And by normal rules, he could have just had a dot or 2 in athletics from the start.
Uh-huh.
So, assuming that he has poured experience into the skills, because I haven't looked at the XP sheet, like, fine. But you are missing so much.
he didn't even pull enough into any skills yet. He doesn't have enough skills, period. I just opened that for page, by the way, and just closed it because I looked at that. I was like, okay, that would be something that needs to be reviewed.
Yeah, like, there's very good reason why Era, as a storyteller, makes us give him our sheets so he can double check everything.
I specifically wanted Agents of Reflection, the players there, to make their characters on their own. But I also told them to send them off to somebody to have them double checked. Clearly, Ren never did.
But Ren is Ren.
I'm so sorry, Zim. I diagnosed Ren with terminal himbo.
It is worth noting, Era, I'm also approaching the idea of balance from that of a video game RPG player, because all my attempts to play tabletops have ended very poorly.
Yeah, that's one of the things that when it comes to tabletops, a lot of new players and GMs make a mistake of. They either go the route of this is a video game or this is an anime, and I'm telling you, tabletops don't work like either of those things, so you can't take the same approach.
But getting your input is still very valuable.
Yes,
I will very
absolutely.
much say that. Especially,
In
So don't get me
fairness,
wrong.
I've tried a lot to get into TTRPGs. It's always ended in a social drama, fall apart, and just everyone's left hurt and sad. So
It-
I don't.
One of the things that I preach as somebody that's been around tabletops for a very long time now, as well, is group dynamics. It happens a lot in tabletops. You got to get the right people together to hold a game steady, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that level of nonsense, but it's
Well, let's see. I had
so
one that
very
ended
common.
with the GM and our group's healer getting divorced. One.
Yep.
Um,
I've been in several games where somebody brings in their partners and then they break up.
One ended up with me nearly breaking up with my partner. Yeah, it's just always ends in emotional drama and everyone leaves on the verge of tears and hating each other. So I'm like, okay.
Wow, it sounds like your luck with tabletop is the luck my family has with Risk.
Monopoly in my family.
And Monopoly. Both are banned.
Or,
Yeah,
me getting yelled at because I'm a new player and do something that apparently was stupid. And I was like, I just thought it was thematically a fun idea, but fair enough.
yeah. TLDR, group dynamics are important, and I'm sorry you've dealt with that.
The kind of power hungry necromancer sees the shiny looking really cool staff and goes to get it.
That sounds fun and thematic, and it's like if there were an obvious reason to suspect that it is trapped, sure, fine, but also like,
Well, the person who was carrying it died in an explosion
I'm gonna
caused
put
by someone leaving a trap in the road. So, I assumed the trap was sprung.
I'm gonna put this out there as this is a Vari story time. I was GMing a game for Vari and Key and Viv, and they went into a, I guess you could call it was a dungeon. And they get to the bottom of the dungeon. They find these guys are trying to summon a demon with a very specifically named dagger. And do you know what Vari did after the fight?
touched it.
Despite
the
it
dagger?
being obviously an evil thing. Yeah, he just went and picked it up. Now, did everybody get mad at him in character? Yes. Out of character? No, everybody was just like, yeah, that fits.
Well, for me, it was in character, everyone was fine, but then the GM went to go take a smoke break, and the players turned and started screaming at me.
Yeah, that's not acceptable behavior. I would have kicked those people out of my house.
Yeah, we don't
I mean,
tolerate
it
that
ended
kind of
in
stuff.
it ended in an encounter. I nearly died, but I was also the one that kind of won the encounter, and it was kind of very fun and satisfying. And then everyone just started screaming at me, and I was like, okay, these games aren't fun.
We will fire players. I have done it in the past. Thankfully, we've got a vetting process nowadays where we don't need to worry about that. But we will... Like, when we are putting together games nowadays, we do the auditions, we do the interviews. We see who gets along together, who we think would go together well. Like, with Agents of Reflection. We had Raharu, who, good player. And we had Gibgab, also good player. We wanted some new blood in the game, somebody new. But I knew from experience with Raharu that he and Gibgab would not mesh well together as players. He's more straight and narrow, whereas Gibgab is gremlin. So we kind of go through a thorough vetting process to figure that out.
Fair enough.
Thankfully, we are big enough to actually do that. And like I have said before with, the likes of Lost in Chaos, it is a unique thing, a unique situation. We as players, we get along. It's just in character, we've got conflicts. But that's because that's how the story is meant to go.
Fair enough.
That is how it should remain.
Exactly.
I have more than once kicked somebody out of one of my games, or walked from games just because I was just like, no, this is going to turn out to bad things, so I'm just going to leave now. There are people I absolutely will not play with out there.
Okay, guest, you can't be whining about how long it takes to get service if you decide to ignore the one with no line.
That isn't a guest, that's a Karen.
Yeah.
But no, your feedback is valuable. So don't take me going, hey, these are things as bad things.
Yeah.
When it comes to this system, people that have never played or not played much tabletop, rather, your feedback is so valuable to us because we're trying to make a system that'll work for everybody. And we are sitting here as veterans of tabletop, so for us it's like, oh yeah, this mechanic, that's simple. It'll make sense to everybody. And then we've got somebody like you coming in and you're like, what? And it's like, oh, maybe that's not as simple as we thought it would be.
Yeah, you have the person who's used to freaking computer RPGs going, where's the balance?
Another note that makes our RPGs like you're talking about different is also it's usually a one-player experience or what have you.
Usually I prefer ones with multiplayers.
Still, the enemies and everything are particularly crafted.
Yeah, that's true.
MMOs are a special class. I don't like talking about them anymore.
Well, I'm not just particularly referring to MMOs. I usually just prefer group versus environment style RPGs. So sometimes that's MMOs, sometimes they're just small groups, but...
Oh, I meant I don't like talking about them because, man, I can't even start to get into those things and how they're balanced and all the work that goes into it. They're giant stabs.
Well, I mean,
and how they
to
still
be
mess
honest,
it up.
some of them do it in ways that unfortunately means that once you've played it enough, you can see through the power fantasy and realize that every class is basically the same.
Yep.
But, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It just means you have to focus more on the power fantasy and less on the mechanic. But, yeah. But, yes. Like, that's kind of how Final Fantasy XIV does it, is all the classes, they all have their own gimmicks, but they're all basically the same.
Yep, that part I'm aware of.
But it doesn't mean that they're not fun. Sorry?
Oh, me and Key played Final Fantasy together for a long time. He knows why I left, too.
Yeah.
Oh?
Understandable.
I got really tired of every update coming out, getting to the first boss, and then having somebody shout all the mechanics at me.
Oh, that's why I don't like playing on the US servers.
Because you can't, if you're more than a few hours behind, somebody already knows the mechanics in the group you're in, and they're going to tell you how to play the mechanics, so you never get to learn how to actually do the fight yourself. So to me, that's just like a hard kill of a game.
So I've been playing 14 for 11 years now. I've been running groups for about that long. And I always will go in new content blind with a pre-made group. And we're all going in blind together. And if someone's not blind, there's the rule of you have to shut up. But yeah, that's kind of a thing. I mean, I find the trick is there's a reason why I don't play on US servers anymore. I got sick of going into a dungeon and everyone expecting me to go tab out and watch a 20-minute video. You know that, oh, you haven't watched Mr. Happy's guide yet? Screw Mr. Happy, he talks too much. Sorry.
Why are you... Stop apologizing for
rambling.
nothing!
I'm rambling about another game. But yes, no, it's like, I don't know, maybe something that might be an idea. Okay, this is probably going to get shouted down as annoying or dumb. But maybe something that might be an idea just to maybe help newer players is maybe have some pre-designed archetypes that players can pick from. Like, you know, have a freelancer that people can build their own, but maybe have like, these are like, you know, some prefab builds that people can pick to start with.
So
That is
it's-
something that's already been suggested, actually, and has been received positively.
that is something
Okay.
that's actually on the docket.
We've got some ideas on that front. I will say that Raijin has unfortunately he is not up for continuing to work on those.
So that's something we'll have to eventually get back into. Got it.
He's been having a rough time between work and art and everything, so yeah.
It happens. But yeah, that's actually something that's been tossed out there before, Kuroy, so hopefully we can get that in the docket soon then. We've got a lot of things going. So,
Because I guess
surprise.
it's like the
Not a bad
important. Yeah, I guess the thing I would make note of there is like, you know, at least with the build classes, like the pre-build classes, you'd want to keep them within, because they are the pre-designed builds. You'd want to at least try to have them function within a spec of viability.
So right
Like,
now, as
within
far as
a deviation, but yeah.
as far as classes go, the idea that I've got for those is simply because we don't want to have something like Pathfinder where you just aren't able to do something. So instead, our idea for the idea I've got for classes is simply you get a discount on specific types of things for the class. That way it can help you get into a build that you want easier while still giving you the freedom to build whatever you want.
Well, I think Kuroy was more or less meaning beginner builds more than classes
Yes.
them. The classes thing is
Yes.
something we'll have to really dig into the weeds too conversationally.
Yeah, I'm more referring to like, oh, you don't really know much about this? Well, here's a bunch of, you know, ideas for pre-builds that will be
Oh,
viable
okay.
and valid within the game. So, like, you know, oh, you want to play like a stealth-ish class? Well, here's like, say, a rogue build, or
Okay.
it's just like a basic archetype of where you can start and where you can go. And if you follow this build's, you know, general guide, you might not have a Mary Sue, but you'll have something that's definitely valid.
That is
And
something that
able
we've
to
got
make
in
real
mind,
impact.
Yeah, we do have something for that in mind.
Okay, that's good.
That's just something that'll come a bit later on because, well, we're still designing all the mechanics.
That's fair.
Me staring longingly at magic.
Yeah, I'm a
might-
very big mage player, so I can understand that.
I may have something in the works on that front. Tal is gonna be doing one of his big grind fests probably here soon of developing, and I'm like, hey, could you take a crack at magic?
I mean, unless I can make my Uber Frost Mage or Necromancer or Paint Wizard, I'm probably not.
These are things that we very much have planned to support.
Okay.
The Paint Mage was one that I
I need-
didn't think of before, I will say, but I mean, kind of the idea
to be honest-
behind Scar is we are giving you Lego blocks and you can describe how it functions.
I mean, to be honest, it's specifically being a paint mage. It's like if you were to do it in D&D language, from what I understand, it's basically just a creationist bard with your own flavor. So it's like, that's very easy to do with any system. You just have to make your power fantasy or your flavors. That's your flavor text more than anything.
Yeah, that's literally how Scar is designed from the ground up. You can just... You've got all the tools to put together... What do you mean, Vari? I don't understand that message, Vari. Sorry.
He means that there's a bunch of players that we can tap into to make a bunch of beginner builds.
Ah. Well, yeah, absolutely.
Do we need to have a beginner build contest?
That's not a bad idea.
Nice, Okobot. But yeah, we give you the Lego blocks, and whatever you decide to build with those Legos is entirely up to you. If you want to take the ideas of creation and such and turn it into a... You are painting this thing into existence, go for it. And hello there, Werny.
Oh, wow.
Oh well. I mean, what can I say? I've always loved the concept of paint mages. Maybe that's just the drawer in me. That's why I was so happy when Pictomancer finally came to 14. I was like, yay!
Oh, yeah, okay, I understand what you mean now, Vari. Yeah, you are very correct. There really isn't a way that you can mess up a build. Outside of making an invalid character, Ren, not naming names, Ren, there's no way that you can mess up a build early on. It's later on that you need to be a bit more precise, but even then, you are always able to rebuild. Just a simple full rest, and you can completely redesign your entire character. We do prefer that you roleplay it out a bit, but, you know. You can go to bed one day and then wake up the next and you've gone from heavy armor fighter to paint mage.
Also, to put it out there, some of us do actually legitimately play suboptimal builds intentionally.
Oh, I understand that that is a thing.
Not really.
Specifically me, because I
coffee.
enjoy
You're
thematics
unmuted.
over broken.
I'm especially just happy that so far the system has just been very well received.
I mean, it's definitely one of the most interesting, well, if not the most interesting system I've looked at so far. Mostly because it does seem to be very ill, because it's evolving and can see the direction it's evolving in, and that looks fun. One day I might even get to play it.
I am certain you will.
Honestly, Mala, I wouldn't worry about min-maxing and not min-maxing. The only people that are usually really annoying about min-maxing are the people that literally go out of their way to do it.
To be honest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with I guess a min-maxed character. The issue is when you get people who have min-maxed their character, they know they've min-maxed their character, and they're spending all their time showing off how much they've min-maxed their character, and they end up trying to take over with main protagonist syndrome.
Yeah, that's really the only issue with min-maxing, is that it can make it harder on the storyteller to keep things balanced. That's all. If you have someone who min-maxes and is a good player, it's usually not an issue.
Back. My father
I
is not a fan of my room organization system.
So I would put it in standards of like people who play meta in similar vein to people who play meta roles in MMOs. It's like you get the people who play meta roles just because they happen to be the classes that they like and they're really good with them and they just play the game. And then you get those who, you know, will play meta roles because they're meta roles and will look down at everyone else who's not playing a meta role.
There's a reason why I quit WoW.
Yeah.
Also, Viv says hi.
Hi, Viv.
Hi, Viv. Where is Viv?
I think he's at work. He might not be. I don't know.
I haven't played WoW in a couple months.
To be honest, I used to play WoW, played Final Fantasy, never looked back.
I quit
I
WoW.
could never get into Final Fantasy. I play WoW
yet
in
again-
the Guild Wars and that's it.
Yet again, I played with the Japanese servers, so, you know, going from American gamers to Japanese gamers was like, oh, these people are polite and apologetic and kind and helpful, versus people screaming at me and calling me slurs.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, I ran into someone in VR chat last night who could match my autism about SS13.
Was it Karu?
No, but I ran into this one dude and Space Station 13 was mentioned, and then that went on for an hour after that. As the rest of our friends had no idea what the fuck we were talking about. like, oh, another person that plays on Skyrat, someone else that isn't as massive a degenerate as I am.
I think that's where Garu was for a while.
Yeah, I do enjoy my... I mean, I don't play Skyrim anymore because it died, but I play on Bubber now.
I may return later. I need to take a shower.
Alright, see ya.
Riveting discussion.
My current talkie is Umbriana. What should I change my talkie to?
Marten. You did have a Marten icon, didn't you?
I do.
Should I
There
keep
it
his
is. I
kitty?
just scroll down the list. There, Duke.
Kitty is cute.
Kitty is cute. I should keep his kitty then.
Oh yay, we got a 3-star hotel! And now we can actually have a hotel sign.
Congrats, you're now on par with the Hilton Garden Inn. My favorite thing with some of my clients, like the government contractors, sometimes they get lucky and I can book them like the government rate at a fucking Ritz-Carlton. And they just get to stay there for their business trip.
What the hell, Oglebot?
Asbestos.
Asbestos is the best toast.
Honky left.
Yeah, he needed to go get a shower.
I shouldn't stick around too long. I've got things to do.
Like run a random one-shot?
Oh gosh, I just died and I got 17 raises in half a second.
Why? What?
What?
Never mind.
Did you ever do like version front? Or like Eureka?
I got all the way till what was that one boss with the constellations?
There's a several, so you'll need to be a little bit more specific.
It was an endgame raid.
Endgame raid. I assume
not
it
here.
was. Do you at least know what expansion it was in?
It was the final. It was the.
The
It was
current
a
one?
patch. No, it was like 2 years ago.
Okay, so that would probably been in Endwalker.
Yeah, after Endwalker.
So final star guy, celestial, and it was in the final raid tier.
Yep.
Okay, I don't remember that guy, but that was the raid tier with Athenas as the final boss. So I'm guessing probably Hythlodaeus.
Yeah, I remember you have to look up at the sky to see what they're about to do. in order
Oh,
to save the
Zodiac. The trial, not the raid. Okay, yes, Zodiac.
Yeah, that's the last battle I did because I literally begged the raid group I was in. Literally begged them to not tell me mechanics. I avoided playing it with all my friends because I was like, no, I want to do this one completely blind, and I begged them. And then they still did it. So afterwards I logged out and I never logged back in.
I think I went into Zodiac blind, and to be honest, it was just I did the normal mode, and then when I went and did the Savage, I just very quickly went, hey, this is normal mode, just less forgiving. So I just put a danger Dorito on my head and ran around the place, and everyone followed me. Because, why not? Everyone loves the Danger Dorito. I don't know, does the Danger Dorito get used on US... did the Danger Dorito get used on US servers?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider the Danger Doritos the mechanic spoilers? They're not saying anything, just someone has a Danger Dorito on their head.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, personally. That's just because half the time the Danger Dorito is wrong. So...
I have no idea what any of this means.
Okay, so there's a symbol that you can put above someone's head that looks like a triangle. And typically speaking, when someone knows the mechanic, they'll put a Danger Dorito above the person's head so everyone knows to follow this person.
It's basically that, hey, I know what I'm doing, follow me symbol in Final Fantasy 14 that people use.
Yeah. And the amount of times people have killed entire parties by being overly confident and then confidently killing everyone is hilarious. Sorry, Era, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're fine.
Pat the cute Kuroi. Oh, you already switched away from what I said there, Werny? The heck?
I miss raiding. I do wonder if I could make a character in the US servers and raid, but I know deep down in my heart the ping will not let me. You cannot do Final Fantasy raids with over 150 ping. You will just die. It'd be fun to try, though. I could probably do it as a tank. Because, tank privileges. So I do love it, though. Speaking of, the Holy Trinity, I love it how that when you watch, anime and stuff, it's the healer is, the group sub, and the tank is, the group's dom. When it's, the reality is, it's totally the other way around. The healer is the group's dom, and the tank is the group's masochist.
Yeah, I will very often, when I did do MMOs, or standard ones, WoW, when I played a healer, it's You either follow my instructions or I let you die. There is no in between.
That is true. Although what I love in FF14 is that just how overpowered healers healing can be. So when you've got people going all like, oh, I'm just gonna do what I want, and you as the healer, and then make life hard for the healer, and you as the healer is like, oh, finally I have something to do.
Play Astro.
I love
Well, they
Astro.
actually ruined it. Never mind.
I actually like New Astro. New Astro is quite streamlined and smooth. It's a little less complicated, which is kind of good and bad. Like, it's bad because if you liked it, then, well, it's now really simple. It's good because, you know, only like 2% of players ever actually played Astro because it was needed 10 extra button presses to do the same thing that you'd get from one button press with every other healer.
I was one of those that actually played it because it was complicated.
Yeah, I mean, it's still complicated. It's just nowhere near as complicated, but it's still definitely the most complex healer. But that's because, you know, your comparisons is White Mage, which is literally I push button, go durr. It's the himbo healer. Very effective and very basic. Or Scholar, which is the I go durr, but I have to do it a little bit ahead of time. And then you have Sage, which is I'm a White Mage that uses shields. So, yeah, it was nice to have a healer that's actually kind of complicated. But I'm one of those people where I don't play one class. I literally play all of them. So I do tend to gravitate to the simpler classes just because, you know, when you're playing a black mage one night, a ninja the next, a samurai the next, a paladin the next, it's kind of like having classes that are a bit easy to pick up and put down is nice. I don't have the attention span to stick with one job.
What time is it? I'm going to have to go very shortly, actually.
Which is one thing I will never forget. One thing that Final Fantasy really spoiled me on over WoW. The ability to do everything on one character.
For me, that actually is something that kind of turned me away from it.
Oh?
I like
you don't
having...
have to do the story 50 bajillion times.
I mean, that is nice, but for me, I liked having different characters for each, you know, a character themed towards each class.
I mean...
Like in Guild Wars, you know, my engineer is, I'm spacing on the name, Asurin? The little short things. And then I can have all of my cosmetics and such set up to fit the character, the base, the base race and everything. It's like... That's just me, though. That is my own personal. I can see the appeal of what, you know, what others like about that. It's just for me that wasn't really a draw.
I mean, I was going to say, it is worth noting that for Final Fantasy XIV, you absolutely can have a character per class. It's just kind of, okay, you're just giving yourself 23 times the amount of work. If you want to play all of them. But also at the same time, like, you can link your glamours to your job. So, like, you know, I go from being, like, you know, a really ethereal-looking cat mage to, like, you know, a big brawler cat berserker with my barbarian get-up with the push of a button. So I very much can link all my cosmetics and glamours to what job I'm currently playing. It's just race, not so much, but I like playing my Catboy with all jobs. So go Makotes. Makotes are life. I don't want to pay a potato or potato. Maybe an aura. I like the aura. The snack people. Fight me. The bunnies all look like girls. I mean, male Vieira look like women. Yeah, I'm not big into femboys. But fair enough. No judgment, just not my thing.
Oh no, all the judgment. I am not
Okay,
either.
bring it on. I mean, I'm just... everyone's always like, hey, Croy, you're a cat person. You must play a Rothgar. I'm like, no. Rothgar are the big Bara catmen. Or lion men is probably a better way to put it.
I gotta hop out. I will talk to you later.
See ya. Thanks for
Yeah.
hanging.
Bye.
I mean, I would have loved to have the Lupin as a playable race until you look at how their actual models are designed as the NPCs, and you're like, oh, that's horrible. Please don't make my character look like that. See, I like to be with them big and buff boys. I don't like to be the big and buff boy. So, you know, I would gladly have Garou play a Rothgar. I'll stick with the Makote. Also because, you know, Y'shtola is Makote and Y'shtola is Queen. So... Graha was fun. I kind of feel, as much as I really like Graha, and I'm really glad he's one of the main characters, I feel like we got robbed of a really emotional experience with his story. Part of me feels that from a narrative perspective, it would have been more impactful if it had happened a bit differently, and now we didn't have Graha. But I'm very happy to have Graha.
I have been brought foods. Rex is a
Ooh,
good boy.
foods. Rex is a good boy. I mean, I guess the benefit of Graha, unlike Y'shtola, is that when Graha is around, at least we know that Graha's going to be there for the whole expansion, not show up for 5 minutes, do something extra, then get put out of commission until the story calls for it at the last second.
Oh, Ogilvon.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
The underscore Ogilvon just resubscribed for 21 months.
Thank you so much for that resub, Ogilvon, and your 21 months of support. Thank you. As for what kind of foods, I have been brought various stuff from the nearby gas station. Including what is called a walking taco. I enjoy these. They're Fritos, but they are slathered in chili and cheese and delicious.
You're making me want to have my nacho triangles.
Do it. Give in.
So they're like, well, I actually bought like 20 bags of them today. I feel so bad.
Why do you feel bad?
Because I found out, well, because they were reduced on set. So normally they're like $10 a bag, and they were on sale for like $1.50. So I was like, holy crap, why are these so damn cheap? And then they're like, oh, because the line's been discontinued. We're not getting them anymore.
Oh, no.
So like, no! So I had to buy out the whole freezer. It's like, I'm not letting these go.
I do not blame you one bit.
Because they're like, it's like a blend of like cheeses that you would use on nachos with like salsa, and then it's like melted into the shape of a triangle, and then like rolled in crushed nacho cheese flavored Doritos, and you deep fry them. So it's like each bite is like a plate of nachos. Especially if I dip them in sour cream. One bag per day, I would die. I would legitimately grab my heart and die.
Yeah,
I would
clearly,
totally do it there.
clearly, he is going to spread it out because he's never getting any more. But those sound absolutely amazing, and I want some.
If I was to only do one of them a day, I would cry. If I only have one single nacho. Oh, Lord, I'd cry. But yes, I'm definitely going to make myself some. I mean, I'd send you a bag, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't make it.
Well, send me details about it, and maybe I can pick some up locally. Like, they might have been discontinued, but that doesn't mean that they might not have them available somewhere here.
Do you have a brand called McCain's?
I have no idea.
Like their slogan is, "Ah, McCain, you've done it again."
I'm not familiar, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are so many brands here in the US, seriously.
Let's have a look.
Okay, guests, will you please stop coming up here? It is closed.
Okay, McCain's is in the USA.
And even if it isn't, like, normally here, that doesn't mean that imports don't exist.
McCain's nacho triangles in the USA. Yes, you can get them in the USA, and they have not been discontinued in the US. They're called Pickers Nacho Cheese Triangles by McCain.
Send link.
I will send you a picture because I cannot find a link. I just see the a thing saying, yes, you can get them here. Oh, wait. Here they go. Oh, they're a bit different. Similar, but different. Because I found a link to a US one.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Ogilvon. You're not wrong.
Well, for starters, it looks like they do it with bread instead of nacho cheese, instead of like nacho corn chips. Yeah, they're done with bread crumbs. No, they don't look as good, but they're still good. It's crispy outside, cheesy on the inside. Triangles offer a savory nachos cheddar flavor with red and green jalapeno pepper fillings. I mean, they
That
still look
sounds
nice.
amazing.
They still look nice, but they don't look as good. But I'll send a link because maybe you can get ones that are done with the Doritos instead of the bread. There's link. Let's have a look. Although, to be honest, I don't cook them the way it instructs, because it instructs you to do it in the oven or in the deep fryer. I'm like, screw that noise, I'm doing it in my air fryer.
The air fryer is the way to cook most everything.
Yeah, so that's what your ones are.
Gee!
These are our ones. Hello.
I return, and I am showered and floofy.
Floofy. I like showers.
Oh, I have had these. These are really good.
Have you had the ones that are made with Dorito crust instead of breadcrumb crusts?
No.
Because I can imagine that the Dorito crusted ones are way better. Honestly. But if you can find them, definitely try them with the Dorito crusting. Because they're like the extreme nacho flavored Dorito. Like, yeah, they're great. Damn it, now I want Doritos. I wish I could process corn. He says while making himself corn. Ooh, do I have any sour cream? I should order sour cream. I'm going to order sour cream at 4 in the morning because I can do that because where I work is open 24 hours a day, and for once they can freaking pack my orders.
I will definitely say more companies need to put out just their flavorings. Like, seriously, could you imagine how much money Doritos would make if they just put out a little shaker of their Cool Ranch seasoning?
I've always wanted to try Cool Ranch Doritos.
You guys don't have them there?
We get them periodically, but it's like they come in really rarely, and every time they come in, you can always spot all the Americans because they're always queued up in front of the shop, like hours before they open, and then immediately go in and buy them all off the shelves.
They are amazing.
And so, like, no, I've never had them because people keep like bulk buying them the second the store opens. But we do sometimes get them. We sometimes get them where I work. So next time that we do, I'm going to make them put some aside for me.
I was just about to say, the advantage of working at the supermarket. You can be like, hey, this thing that just arrived, yeah, I'm going to buy it before it goes out on the floor. One of my favorite things is to just take a tub of cottage cheese, a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos, and just use the Doritos like a spoon for the cottage cheese.
I mean, I do that with sour cream and cream cheese.
It's so good.
Ooh, I can get extra thick sour cream. Should I get it extra thick?
Yes. And how was your shower, Key?
Crickets.
Yeah, apparently Key doesn't want to talk to me.
Or he's salivating about the extra thick. It's from I had a friend who used to work for the company that produces this cream. It's called Browns. And they didn't understand why, when the advertising committee was trying to come up with new slogans, why she couldn't stop laughing. So she had a very embarrassing situation where she had to explain why the slogan for their dairy products, because it's thicker and it tastes better in your mouth, is not a good slogan.
I don't know. I think that's a great slogan.
Well, I mean, they were going for a family-friendly brand image.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably not then.
Because they're a family-owned dairy company. I could try, I've never tried Trix cereal. Apparently we just started selling it. Is Trix cereal any good?
I mean, it's a sugary cereal. Honestly, they're all basically the same.
Fair enough. It's probably like Fruit Loops then.
Not that different, yeah.
I just feel bad just ordering sour cream, so I have to find something else to order too. Guess I could order some cordial.
Just order 2 gallons of lube.
I would, but we don't sell lube. We sell pregnancy tests and condoms, but no lube. Maybe if we sold lube, we wouldn't need so much of the former.
I was mostly saying that just as a... Because you're ordering from your place of work, and I'm sure it probably shows the names.
That's sad. Even my store has lube.
Well, to be honest, we used to stock lube, but the homeless people kept eating it.
What? Well done. I see that the next task on your to-do list is
it was
serving bar
flavored.
drinks. To make that happen, you'll need to build a bar zone, create a drink menu, and install the necessary equipment for your selected
intended
types.
to be
And
edible.
of course, no bar is complete without a
It
dedicated
is when it's
bartender.
flavored. What do you want from me? People are animals. Nothing has taught that to me more than working night shift at a grocery shop.
God, you're so right.
I mean, we have these things. They're like these little. We have like these containers of like they're just. I don't know if you have like. You probably do. They're like kind of like Swedish buns, but they'll be like topped with like cheese and bacon and stuff. And like, they'll just be like we have these packets of them at the back corner of our store, and they'll come over and they'll grab a whole bunch of them and take like one bite of each of them and then just leave them scattered around the store. And I'm like, why? If you're gonna steal it, just eat the whole damn thing.
So, we have something that is just as gross, if not more so. There is somebody that goes into our produce department and they take cherries. I normally don't care, personally speaking. Whatever, if you're hungry and you gotta eat, fine. Whatever, it's cherries.
It's like it's a cherry. It's like who
But-
cares?
But
Yeah.
they leave the cherry pits on shelves everywhere throughout the store, and it's gross, and they get stuck to the shelves, and I hate it.
We had these little gummy burgers. Like you probably have I don't know, do you have trolley?
Yes, we have trolley stuff.
So we had like these trolley gummy burgers, and they're just these little things. And there was a customer when I was cleaning the pet food aisle, had taken them from the other side of the shop, from the confection aisle, grabbed a whole bunch of them, licked them, pulled them apart, and then smushed them all over the ground.
That sounds like a case of just being malicious and or not being all there.
I don't. Well, when your shop is when you're there at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning, the people who shop there generally aren't all there. They're usually either night shift workers or people who have been up on substances for like 3 nights, or drunk. And I'm there on my own with a security guard who will not look up from his phone.
Lovely.
Yeah, that upsets me.
See, like, we have 3 security guards, and all 3 of them use their phone a lot on their shift. And to be honest, I don't really care if they use their phone, as long as they're actually paying attention when there are customers in the shop. And 2 of them are great, because the most they'll do is maybe have one earbud in and listen to music or something. And I'm like, that's fine. They're there for like 12 hours. They can listen to music to pass the time, as long as they've got one ear open so they can hear. And when customers are in the store, they'll turn off the music and pay attention. But this other guy, he will come in, pull a stepladder out from the back storage, sit on his ass, and pull up his phone and crank the volume up to maximum and watch movies on Netflix and Disney Plus.
I immediately hate them.
Yeah, so do I. I came in on one of my shifts and he was having a screaming match with one of the girls because a guy ran past her, and she told the security guard to stop him because he was obviously stealing him. And the security guard just went, like, he just slightly moved his hand out, and then when the guy didn't stop, he just went, meh, shrugged, and went back to his phone. And we're like, what? So yeah, I feel bad, but part of me is like, I probably should be trying to get him fired at this point.
Do it.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
you know, he's there to make us he's there to keep us safe, and we do not feel safe when he's on because he doesn't do fuck all. I just love what my first security guard I had there did when that drunk lady hit me with the wine bottle, grabbed her by the ponytail, and threw her out the store. Oh, that was great.
There's a ABC next to my store, and it sure got robbed at one point, and the person came in after the robbing and got like an ice pack because they were concussed over the head by one of the assailants with a wine bottle. And I was I was like, "Are you okay? Should we call someone?" And they're like, "No, the police have already been called. It's been dealt with."
Yeah. There's this one girl at work who I feel really sorry for. She usually takes the shift before me. She's a recent immigrant from Palestine. Palestine. Not Palestine.
Yes.
And she has a very intense phobia of blood. And basically, this guy comes into her absolutely drenched in blood and starts smearing it all over the counters, all over the shelves, and all over the floor. And
Oh
the
my
security guy was
God.
just on his phone, completely ignoring it. And so she's just like full on having a panic attack in the break room when I get there. And so I'm like, okay, go home early. I'll take over. Like, frick, this is not okay. And the security
Yeah.
guard's like, oh, she's just being dramatic. I'm like, you wanker.
It's like, you don't understand. This person has been traumatized and now has a fear of blood. Also, that is incredibly unhygienic. That is
Yeah.
something that you as a security guard should take an interest in because it's a health hazard to everyone.
Yep. So I ended up laying into him pretty hard. So I'm at the point where I've told the supervisor about him a few times now, and I've started like snapping videos of him when he's not paying attention, which is oddly easy.
As somebody that worked security, what I've heard of this guy drives me absolutely furious. Like
Yeah.
me, when I worked security, yeah, I would absolutely watch videos. I watched so many TV shows, but I'm also sitting there, like, when I'm doing that, I was sitting in a parking lot watching cars in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I was positioned in a vehicle at a spot that I could see everybody moving around in the parking lot. So, it's just glance up every now and then for any movement. But otherwise, when I'm doing patrols, I would be listening to, I would have one earbud in, listening to an audiobook, and otherwise I'd be listening. And I absolutely took action. I mean, I've told the story multiple times of how I made somebody pee their pants. It's still a highlight of my life.
I have to ask, though. Like, clearly from context, I know the answer, but I still feel the need to ask. Was this recreational?
Oh my god. Down boy. Hey there, Cosmo.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly what Duck said. Horror experiences with stores and working in them and stuff. Hey, Nightfirer.
Jeez, I came back in thinking I could tell like silly stories and factoids about games, and here we are, retail horror stories.
So, Oggy, he hasn't got it. I don't. Oggy?
Ogilvin?
Yeah. He hasn't gotten fired because his shift ends before the store manager comes on, and the only person who will actually sees the security guard is myself and the girl who has the shift before me. Because we are solo in the store, and while we have to have managerial privileges to run the system, neither of us are actually supervisors. So we don't have any power to do anything other than, we can tell him what to do because he's a contractor. But if we want to like fire him or something, or reprimand him, all we can do is report him to our supervisors when they come on.
Oh boy, that reminds me ever so much of the vendors that we have to deal with at my store.
Gotta love vendors.
And I'm sure for some of them it's not helped by there being contradicting standards that their own bosses have for whatever is going on and what they're supposed to do. Or, their company and or bosses deliberately telling them to do things the shady way. But like, man, we have had so many arguments with vendors just trying to get them to follow basic policy and communicate. Because if everything's going fine, yeah, sure, we won't need to communicate, but you still need to be able to communicate with us so that if something does happen and it needs to be corrected, we can just be like, hey, hello, this is not the way it's supposed to be. And yes, that could be nicer and or more polite, but I am incredibly jaded, having dealt with both bread and chip vendors that just do not listen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, to be honest, though, I struggle enough to get my work to give me my legal rights, let alone.
Yeah, but we've also kind of been over that a bit where,
Yeah.
here in the U.S., we don't have those that many legal rights as employees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for us, it's work or get fired.
Well, my favorite thing is we're not allowed. So this is not just on my workplace thing. This is a cross workforce thing. You're not allowed to take your breaks at the start of your shift, like within the first hour, or at the end of your shift in the last hour. So what they'll do is when I'm on a shift that's, just short enough so that they don't have to give me a break, they'll wait until the last 2-3 minutes of my shift and then tell me that they're making me work another hour so that I can't take my break. And they'll know that they're going to extend my shift for a good 2-3 hours. They just won't tell me until the end so that I can't do anything about it.
That's shady and
Dodgy as hell.
yeah. So at the very least, where I work, that's not legal.
Oh, it's not legal where I work either.
They have to give you at least like an hour or 2 hours notice before extending things, unless it's extenuating circumstances, which, based on the way you're talking about it is not.
Well, it's someone will call in sick, but they'll call in sick like really, really early in the morning. And they're the person who's supposed to take over for my shift. And there'll be other people on the floor who will come in that time who are able to take over the registers. But, they don't want them to come on. And having someone come on and cover me for even just 5 minutes so I can use the restroom would be great. But no. They won't call them off the floor, even though there's plenty of them. And they'll just say, oh, someone's in sick, so you have to stay. I think it was the other day they asked me, yesterday, they had me stay back. No, sorry, not yesterday. Day before. They had me stay back an extra 2 hours, which was supposed to give me a half-hour lunch break. From having no break to a half-hour lunch break. And basically they said, okay, well, we're going to extend your shift, but we'll have someone come on so you can take a 10-minute and we'll pay you for your lunch break, but we can't let you take it. I was like, what? And they're making it sound like they're doing me a favor. And I'm like, honey, you know I'm immediately going to call up the union, right?
What? You don't know that is them being so kind and generous to you?
Yeah. Yeah. Frick. But, you know, I have to pay bills somehow. So.
Yeah, I know that feeling. There was a time when, as a cashier, I would allow myself to get called in on days off, among other things, even though I would usually have maybe one day off, even back then.
Mm-hmm.
There was a year where I had 2 days off, and it was great, and I loved it, and I was so happy. And it was like, oh my god, this is so much better. I've been missing a proper experience, and now I'm back to only having one day off because it's next to impossible to get people to be the backup for file maintenance.
Yeah. We had so where I work, we're a 24-hour a day, 365 day a year workplace. Yeah, that includes Christmas. I was so ecstatic today because I found out my weekend wasn't stolen from me because my Monday, tomorrow, is a public holiday. And the condition in our contract is everyone must work public holidays, and we are not allowed to request them off. Which, you know, that's actually flat out illegal. So that's actually something that I'm gonna be taking upper management into a bit of shit for soon.
Wow, your hotel is shaping
Thankfully,
up
they don't
really
know
nicely.
it's me.
Now you just
They
need
don't.
to attract
They don't know
those
who
brats.
has joined the union
Reach
at
4
their workplace.
stars,
They just know
and be
someone
sure you have
has,
bedrooms
and that a
that
lot
meet
of
their
legal shit's
specific
happening with them
requirements.
now.
Boy, it's almost like they thought the consequences of their actions would never come back to them.
Yeah. So, like, you know, it is funny watching them trying to work out who it is.
Well, be careful, because
My trick is I'm just letting them do all the stuff they normally do to everyone. I'm just not complaining about it, doing it with all smiles and happiness, seeming like I'm so excited and happy to be working there. And then, you know, I've got my phone on record in my pocket half the time, so... It's just I'm being very careful that anything I report, I make sure I'm observing it not just happening to me.
indeed, the reason I say to be careful is because, yeah, they're at the very least in my store, possibly just the company in general. There's moles, people who will leak info that's not supposed to be leaked. Especially to higher ups, and I'm almost certain at this point that the higher ups have people that they have disseminate specific information to those of us at store level in order to stir shit up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the big thing that I'm hoping to get fixed is I'm trying to get the guy who keeps sexually assaulting all the guys at work fired. But I get paid over hours? So the legal standard for the hours I work is I'm supposed to get a 50% pay bonus. I get a 5% pay bonus for working the hours I work. On public holidays, it's a 10% pay bonus. It's meant to be double time.
That is criminal.
Yep.
Mm.
Mind you, if I got double time, I would happily voluntarily work as many hours as they would give me on a public holiday because I'd be making like $80 an hour.
Oh, I wish.
But it's worth noting that's Australian dollars.
Fair enough.
So we're 64% of your dollar.
Yeah, basically, cut it by half, and that's equivalent for us.
Okay, then that's much closer to what I would get in that same situation.
Well, I would say my $80 an hour is probably equivalent to about 55-ish US an hour. Not quite half.
That would still be roughly the equivalent if I were doing overtime on a holiday.
Yeah. Russell's gonna be so mad at me.
Who is?
So the one who does the 3 to 8 a.m., there's only two of us, myself and a guy called Russell. And it's the busiest night of the week, and I've placed an order for sour cream, chocolate-filled croissants, and cordial.
I'm guessing those are all on opposite sides of the store.
Actually, yes. Yes, they are. I didn't even think about that, but yes. I've literally sent him to 3 corners of the shop.
That's so rude of you.
Sorry, Russell. That's okay. He's done it to me several times. Because that's the bakery section, which is the northwest corner. The dairy section, which is the northeast corner of the store. The bakery section, which is the southeast corner of the store. Oh, sorry, no, the drink section, which is the southeast corner of the store. And the tills, which is the southwest corner of the store. Full lap.
Them ordinal directions.
So they're moving back to holidays a little bit. There was something I was gonna say about that. When I was working security, my boss, or technically my supervisor, he was like, hey, so some of your coworkers want Christmas off. Would you mind working an extra long shift? It should be easy. I'm like, oh, yeah, I could use the extra money. I got no plans anyways. And he's like, cool. Yeah, most of the students should be away on holiday, so shouldn't have anything to worry about. And I'm not saying that you can, but if you can possibly, do your streaming thing here, well, you're going to be entirely alone, and you don't really need to do patrols, so... Again, not saying you can, but...
the
Oh,
wink,
boy.
wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. It was great. I loved working there. I loved working for my boss and supervisor. They were amazing.
It's always good when you get a nice boss.
Oh, yeah. So I show up to work a 18-hour shift on Christmas.
Oof.
I bring in my microphone and laptop, planning to do a stream from there. And the systems went down. So all of the key card entries were non-functional.
Oh no.
So basically every 15 minutes I was getting a call from a student going, hey, I can't get into the building. So I had to
Hey.
go over and let them in manually. And of course,
Sorry.
it's a Christmas, so of course even though I called the IT people,
not gonna
none of
come
them were
in.
going to come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
You know what I've decided
was
I'm gonna do if they make me work? Sorry, I'll let you finish.
that was an absolutely miserable shift.
Oof.
I am so sorry.
I'm sorry.
But on the plus side, my boss definitely made it worthwhile. Because first off, that was overtime on top of holiday pay. So I was basically making 2.5 times an hour. But then he also gave me what he called, I don't really want to say his name, but it was his name time, which was basically free vacation time that I can just be like, yeah, I'm going to use some of that time here. And my coworkers would just cover for me.
Moto time.
Yeah, it wasn't, he couldn't officially give me the vacation time, but unofficially, my coworkers were saying, yeah, he was here.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got cover. What was I gonna say? Yeah, you know what I've decided I'm gonna do if they end up rostering me on for Christmas? I am going to go in the most outlandish, ridiculous, furry Christmas suit I can. And be like, you're making me work on a Christmas when I'm one of those weird Hallmark nerds, so you bet your butt I'm bringing Christmas with me. That or I'll dress up as a slutty elf because, you know, it's summer here, so I can afford to go skimpy with clothing.
Pat the Kurai.
Yeah. I don't understand so like because we got the public holiday on Monday, we're getting absolutely slammed at work. Like the days leading up to the weekend because everyone's like, "Oh, you're going to be closed on the weekend. It's on the public holiday." And we're like, "No, we're not. We're never closed." There's all these big signs out front that say that we're not closed on public holidays. But you know, everyone still seems to think we're closed on public holidays. And you know what the really shitty thing about it is? All those same people who are coming in to do their shopping now so that they don't have to do it on the public holiday are gonna freaking come in on the public holiday.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never understood why people do that though. Like, it's a public holiday. Like, I could understand if it was like, you know, oh, I'm gonna go do a shop at like, you know, a boutique. Like, you know, I'm gonna go buy something nice at a nice shop because, you know, I have the day off and I'm gonna do something to spoil myself on a fun day off. But like, why do you need on a public holiday to go out and buy yourself a bag of clothes pegs? I mean, what is so desperate that you need them today?
I'd understand getting groceries, but damn. Clothespins? That's sad.
I mean, I literally had someone come in on a public holiday, wait in queue for 30 minutes to buy a single chocolate bar.
I will say that for myself, for the longest time, holidays were just like every other day for me.
Oh, we actually get that a lot, I'll give in. Like, you will literally get customers who will come in just because they want to see what the shop is like on a public holiday. It's like, it's the same as every other freaking day, just with a massive queue. And everyone's pissed off that we have to work for, like, no pay. It's like they feel that maybe, I don't know, they think something special's gonna happen on a public holiday. I don't know.
What, do they think Willy Wonka is going to come down from the ceiling and hand out a golden ticket?
I guess they do. I mean, like, I had 10 minutes. I spent 20 minutes to getting yelled at by an old man because he showed up at 6 a.m. in the morning just after, like, some of the staff started. And he was yelling at me because we'd run out of milk over the night while I'm by myself. And I can't stock the store. I'm by myself, you know? How am I supposed to go out into the storerooms and lug pallets and stuff while serving customers and shit? And, like, he then
That's not
just has
his
this
problem,
big
that's your
20-minute yell at
problem.
me. He then has this big 20-minute yell at me about how because he doesn't have a house and Uber exists, that it's my fault that everything's wrong with the world. And I'm like, what? And then I noticed the, you know, bracelet on his hand for the mental ward for the hospital across the street. And I was like, there's your carer. Well, that's literally what he accused me of. And then he noticed my piercings because I have, like, stretcher tunnels in my ear. And he tried to find solidarity that I must understand how messed up society is. Like, what do you want me to do about this, man? But, you know, people with neurological disorders be people with neurological disorders, I guess. Oh, Russell's delayed my order.
Clearly, you need to call him up and be like, what the bullshit?
God damn it, Russell. Give me my cream.
Give him his cream or give him yours.
No, Russell's great. He's a drag queen. He has a lot of fun. A lot of the customers love him because they've seen his shows. It's always funny when you get the ladies come in starting to start fights and you've got, you know, this guy with his, you know, fingernails that are much more manicured and nice and than any of theirs, you know, when they're threatening to get in a cat fight with him and he just, like, holds up his claws and be like, bring it, honey.
Come
Seriously,
on,
don't mess with
honey.
drag queens. They be vicious.
Make my day.
What is it? He's a professional drag queen as well as, you know, League of Legends player. So, you know, aggressive and salty.
So I hope Viv never watches this because Viv is not a drag queen, but Zim, the amount of salt that must be really makes me think of Viv.
Yeah.
What is Viva? Is
I've
Viva
got a
Dota
raptor
a
right
MOBA player?
behind me, being all cute and adorable and a good boy. He's holding
Squeaky
his
ball, squeaky ball.
leash. I think he wants to go for walkies.
Wow, put me on the spot and make me all bottomy right when I walk in the door. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm just trying to bring this guy
Squeaky ball.
lost in my room. I have my collar
Squeaky.
on now that I wanted to put back on, but I can't have this on me the whole day. So here you go, master. I'm only holding it by the chain like I'm supposed to.
Good boy.
Love you.
Though
Love
why
all of
is
you.
your shirt tucked into your underwear?
Because I was really fast, and I've been moving around really fast. Like Steve Urkel. It was a really good 90s show. Anyway, I'm gonna go now.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Squeaky, where's the squeaky ball?
Adorable.
Y'all enjoy that.
Poor Rex.
Hey, Varian. Varian? Varian.
You can also call them the one that won't push the fucking button. And it's valid as
Right,
well.
so a cat.
Hello, Vari. Pet the Vari.
Varian, get
I feel so bad for Vari, because the one time he plays a relatively responsible character, he gets yelled at for being a responsible character.
I was excited. I had all these plans. You don't understand.
I do understand.
Woe
Why
is
in my head-
me.
Why do I feel like this was one of those, like, you know, eat the pudding, 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 eat the pudding moments? You know, push a button, 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 push a button.
Yes, it is. It is precisely that.
There's him.
So, Garrett got me a new TF game I need to start playing at some point.
Oh.
It's like a farming game. Tales of Psyche. It's like
See, he is.
transform into animals.
I see as he is still trying to train his AI.
Yep, he's still trying to train his AI.
Where?
Oh, Garu says trying to get me. So I'm not a massive TF file. I don't. I'm kind of I can take it or I can leave it. It's fun, but it's more fun having other people have fun with it. It's not something that necessarily excites me. So Garu is trying to get me into it more. So he was talking about my efforts of trying to express interest in stuff as like trying to train an AI.
Ah.
Yeah, so I continue to tease. Because it's hilarious.
But
It is-
Kuroi isn't a synth.
It is worth noting, though, that Garu is one of those people who's very well, he's a computer science major, so you know he finds AI fascinating and fun. But yes, it's very fun to mock him about it.
It's okay, he called me a big microtransaction.
Oh,
There is context to that as well. I love that boy, but he says he means the best things, but he says them in all the worst ways. Sorry, you were going to say?
I was gonna say, are you sure? Are you sure there's context to that?
Yes.
In a way.
When he said it, it was more of him saying something, trying to say something nice, but it
Backfired.
He Garu adorable foot mouth.
He meant it in the nicest way possible.
He just said the worst words possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I can't
So-
think of a way where a microtransaction is positive.
The
So
Lord
basically,
Dearest tipped
if I may,
$5, finally got Stream Elements page to load. Here's swear jar from earlier.
Ah, thank you for paying for that microtransaction, Mala.
if I may give context, if that's alright, Zim.
Go for it.
So Garu prides himself on being immune to all things like cash shoppy, microtransactions, all these gimmicks. He prides himself on being immune to them. So in an attempt to try to let Zim know that that he thinks of Zim as a good friend, he was expressing the fact that Zim's gotten past that barrier and that he now feels the urge to want to contribute.
Oh, okay. So I understand the attempt, failed as it is.
Yes. That's why it's context is a thing there.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the context helps his case, though.
It doesn't make him any less mockable, no, but it does change it from being him trying to insult you from him trying to awkwardly give you a compliment. But yet again, I'm always going to be on his side.
Ouch!
See, at least he didn't say that, Zim. At least he didn't say that.
Ow! Ow!
What the heck? Oh man, Gib Gab, there's gonna be punishments for you later.
It's getting worse.
I'm just gonna go cry in the corner now.
No.
What the heck?
Gib Gab is so mean. I feel Gib Gab just overtook Garu's insult in a big way.
Gib Gab, I might need to tell on you.
Zim.
I'm gonna have to add that as those as quotes.
Yeah, I think Tal's gonna have to hear about this.
No amount of cliffhangers is worth this, Ido.
There. All of them added.
Goodness gracious.
Ido, you think I deserve this? You think I deserve this kind of treatment, Ido?
Beerus. It's okay, Zim. You don't deserve this. Pets the Zim.
Pet the Zim.
Pick up the Zim and shake him and hear the coins rattle.
Ow! The fuck have I done to you all?
Love you, Zim. You're cool. We like you.
My belief of that statement is plummeting by the second.
Hmm.
You know what? I'm gonna have Emil say something.
Hmm? Would me sending you a packaged bag of nacho triangles fix it?
You know, I can make a lot of wishes come true, but I don't think you'll be able to get Zim's trust back. That's just not possible.
Nani?
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Ido Things tipped $5. Razimpat Razim Sad.
Thank you for the microtransaction, Ido.
I mean, I could send Zim eggs.
You can afford that? That's a
How much
macro
eggs in the
transaction,
US?
not a microtransaction.
How much are eggs in the US these days?
Yes. If you need to ask, you can't afford them.
Do you know what makes me laugh so hard? We get so much news from the US that people in Australia think that there's an egg crisis here. So they're buying eggs so freaking rapidly that there is an egg crisis. It makes me laugh so hard. See, no, Zim, I just assumed you were eating all the loose change in my couch.
And you continue to insult, don't you?
Hi,
No,
Slash.
that's not insulting. He's an adorable little assassin Marten, and they're shiny things. Assassin noodles, of course they're going to play with the shiny things. I know what I could do to earn Zim's trust back. I just have to pull out my drawing tablet and do some sketchy sketches.
Art is nice.
See? Will art make Zim happy?
Yeah. Possibly. Or it'll plunge me into another, even darker hole of misery and suffering.
Okay, fun idea for drawing with Zim. Zim plunging into a dark hole. But not of misery and suffering. There are fun dark holes to dive into. No. Not a hole of microtransactions.
Yay! I have new wallpaper!
Yay!
I am now out of food. I can no longer eat away my feelings.
Let's
We
look
are
how much
all
it-
heroes. You
Or
and
never
Boo
mind.
and I, hamsters and rangers everywhere. Rejoice!
Thank you for the pizza, Vari.
So here have the controversial pizza.
Oh, I was literally about to order you eggs. Oh, I could afford those eggs. I could buy you
Feel the
premium eggs.
backhand of justice!
Wait, what are these grades? What the heck? What is triple? What? Your eggs have grades?
Yeah, you know how well the chickens did in school? Don't you guys send your chickens to school?
So you've got what? Double A, and B? What does this mean?
I'll be honest, I have no idea.
I assume double A are the good ones.
I don't think it matters. I don't know what the grading system is for. It might just be size.
Oh, here we go. Grade A eggs. Eggs content cover a small area. White is firm, has thick white surrounding the yolk and a small amount of thin white. The yolk is round and upstanding. A grade egg content covers a moderate area. White is reasonably firm and considerable amount of thick white and a medium amount of thin white. Yolk is slightly less round and upstanding. Grade B. Egg contents cover a wide area. White yolk is weak and watery. No thick white. Large amount of thin white, thinly spread. Yolk is large and flat. Oh. Okay, so it's a double A grade eggs you want.
So it literally is egg quality.
Yeah, so B is like nasty eggs, A is like cheap eggs, and double A is like good eggs.
I don't think my store has ever stocked B grade.
Why are your eggs white? Like the shells, they're white. What?
Yes.
Okay. I think I need to send you eggs from Australia. I don't trust these eggs. Who would eat them? Okay. Hopefully these eggs are good. I'm gonna buy you eggs soon.
What, how are you going to buy them anyways?
I'll have to get a place to send them to you and get them shipped to you. Probably through Uber or something. You said you wanted eggs. I assume you have Uber Eats.
So, actually, Gib Gab, that is not the case. Here in the US, our eggs have to be refrigerated. Elsewhere in the world, people can actually keep their eggs in their cabinets and such. I don't know if it has to do with the egg being laid brown or not, but I do know that we have to refrigerate them because there's a protective layer that gets removed in the processing before it gets to us. And yeah, the breed of chicken does feed into things.
The color of the egg is purely denoted by the chicken's diet. It's not a breed thing. So a white egg is still technically nutritiously sound. It's nothing necessarily bad, but it means that your chicken has not had a particularly balanced diet. Basically, the chicken is not treated very well. The quality of the yolk is the same thing. If your yolk has a nice, rich, orangey color, it means your chicken has a very healthy diet. If it's a yellow or a pale, it means that your chicken is very malnourished. The refrigerated egg things. So in Australia, we do not technically have to refrigerate our eggs, but we still do because refrigerating them makes them last a lot longer. Most egg colors is affected. The breed, what you feed your chicken affects the color of the shell as well as the yolk. So in the US, usually your yolk and shells are white because you basically primarily feed your chicken on a diet almost entirely of yellow and white corn.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know the details.
To an extent, but we use the same egg-laying chickens as you, Gib-Gab, and our eggs are always brown or dark orange. Very occasionally we'll get ones that are white, but usually that's the real cheap and nasty stuff. Our eggs tend to be a pink to a brown color. Or a pinky brown color.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimond_ has turned Zim into a Torchic. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Okay, whatever we do, we should try to shock Zim, because then he'll make his own eggs.
Torchic.
Are you sure you don't want to volunteer to help provide eggs for Zim, Kuroi?
I mean, there's only one person I lay eggs for. Yes, Varen. It is partially the breed. I used to raise chickens growing up too. To be honest, if we had a thing full of, I mean, yeah, we got very confused about when I saw some of these photos of eggs in the US. The breed definitely makes a difference, but so does the diet. It's kind of a mix of both. Chickens are very cute. You know what I should do? I should get duck eggs. Duck eggs are nicer anyway. Have you ever had duck eggs, Zim?
I have not.
Duck eggs are the best.
I need another... Oh, the critic's here. Cool. Wait, did somebody just punch that customer? I think that customer just got punched.
Oh, these aren't chocolate-filled croissants. These are chocolate liqueur-filled croissants. Interesting.
Where the hell am I supposed to place this surf simulator?
Double yolk eggs are the best.
Oh no!
They're very, very big, and then you crack them open, and they have 2 yolks. They're usually quite expensive, though.
Oh, so I just put this surf simulator thing in the middle of a hallway somewhere. I see.
Is it the double yoker that you get variant in a like? Is that the ones we get for the double yokes? I can't remember. But yeah, they're really expensive because usually the chances of double yokes are quite low.
Cute. Key makes for an especially cute Jolteon.
I do. I have a blue Jolteon form, in fact.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Karoi_Isu has turned he into a Jolteon. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Arceus has turned Karoi into a Spoink. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Have I lost everybody on voice?
Joel?
Oh, okay, they're still alive.
Jojo.
Spoink.
Jolteon.
Spoink.
I need more money.
Jolteon.
Spoink. People like turning me into a pig, don't they?
Hugs.
I mean, who's Arceus?
You don't know who Arceus is?
I know the Pokemon Arceus. It's okay. I've been called a pig my whole life.
Oh. Hugs.
Much hugs.
Okay, I'm gonna make those nacho cheese triangles now. Time for me to eat my feelings. Because my sour cream is here.
I command pure
There.
chaos!
You can be my
Kinda.
favorite Pokemon.
Ra_Zim has turned Karoi into a Growlithe. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Growlithe. Growl. Growl.
Pet the Growlithe.
Growl. 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 Growl.
Super cute. Super, super cute. To roleplay the hotel architect accurately, you must use a maximum of 1 small elevator. No, Kieran. You're supposed to have 6 elevators, but only one of them actually works.
Growl. Growl.
Also, Kuroi makes for a very, very adorable Growlithe.
Very adorable.
Growl.
So I picked up a thermos.
Growl.
Because I wanted to save money at the gas station, because, you know, we go there often for drinks, and if you get one of their cups, it is like twice the cost. Whereas if you bring in your own mug or such, it's a lot cheaper.
If my housemates weren't asleep, I was so tempted to do a full-on howl.
Do it.
I can't. My housemates are asleep. Probably also get my neighbors screaming at me because it's like 4 a.m. Well, 5 a.m.
We have not
When
been
people start
able.
waking up, I can howl.
We have not been able to make it to 4 stars yet. I need more upgrades.
Has anyone been to a hotel where they have like that little dingy elevator that has like that wooden panel flooring, and when you're stepping on it, it feels like the floor's about to break away beneath you at any moment?
Yes, once.
Yes.
I've also been in an elevator where like I pushed a button to like go down a floor and it felt like it just dropped like half a meter. I have nightmares about that elevator. But yet again, I have nightmares about everything. I should get a Neuralink and sell tickets. Who wants a horror show?
A bloop?
Oh no! No! Sacrilege! It's okay. It's still good. 10-second rule.
Okay, game. So apparently this sofa is supposed to be a higher tier than this one, and yet this one looks so much more comfortable than that.
I hate when games do that. It's like one of the biggest problems I have with The Sims is all of the air quotes best comfort furniture is like gaudy and ugly.
Oh. I'm just looking at this stuff and it's like, oh no. Oh, why? Okay, at least that shower actually looks nicer.
Gotta make sure the showers look nice at a furry convention. You know, they need to be big, spacious, room for 4 or more.
Down, boy. Was not expecting that response.
Wait. Should I get my hood and my squeaky bowl and collar and lead?
No, I promised Raijin no more pets.
Ow. 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 Ow.
I am just slowly going through and upgrading everything.
I mean, I did say 4 or more. I mean, if there's a sauna at the hotel, then the problem's solved.
Alright, we need more entertainment. We're gonna turn this whole area over here into some more entertainment options.
I think last time I stayed at a hotel would have been for a pup meet. It was a lot of fun until it got all clicky.
Yeah, unfortunately, you kind of wind up with that sort of thing a lot in any kind of group.
Yeah. Why can't you make it fit the whole thing?
I don't have enough money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like an actual build limit, and I was like, oh, that's horrible.
Thankfully, no. That is not the problem.
It's okay. The shower at my new place can easily fit 8.
My original plan was to play this for like 2 hours and then switch over to Timberborn. And here we are 3 hours in.
Ah, the joys of having fun.
It really gives me 2 points vibes.
For me, it's more just your kind of typical Tycoon. Like, it's
Fair.
missing a lot of the personality of 2 points. I don't have an announcer, you know, going and making snide remarks. I don't have the silly little advertisements and whatnot. So there's
The
definitely...
radio hosts.
Yeah. There's definitely things that are missing that charm that 2 points has.
Although I think they did announce that the next 2 points game they're going to do is 2 Points Hotel.
Did they? When?
I'm pretty sure I heard them talking about it. It was like they were looking at, after they'd done a museum, they were already starting to look at what their next one would be after a few DLCs, and it looked like it was going to be the 2 Points Hotel. But having said that, it's entirely possible it's not real because, you know, game journalism.
It feels too soon for them to have announced that.
I mean, they kind of pretty much announced that they were making Museum basically the day after Campus was released.
I don't recall seeing that.
But I mean, I would very much be on board with that after Museum. But I want them to give Museum a lot of updates first, because Museum is really freaking good. I don't want them to move on Museum too quickly. Would you agree?
Sorry, what was that?
I don't want them to move on from Museum too quickly, because Museum is really good.
I agree. I very much agree.
I kind of feel like they moved on from Campus a bit too quickly, but at the same time, I know Campus wasn't as well received as Hospital and Museum. People critiqued its very slow gameplay.
Yeah,
Pretty
I can
heavily.
understand that. Like, I enjoyed...
It's fun, but it is slow.
I enjoyed Campus, but it did have that problem of... It was a lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I've got everything that I can possibly do to improve this. Now I just have to sit here and wait for them to finally get through this year so I can move on.
Yeah. It very much gave me the, are you on your way? Yep, just waiting for the bus. Okay, we'll get here fast. Oh, hurry up. Waits faster. Yeah. Very much that energy. Don't get me wrong, I loved Campus too, but yeah, there was a lot of just waiting. I think Museums found a nice balance between the chaos and the chill, because I feel that Campus went too heavy on the chill. 2 Points was a little too heavy on the chaos, and Museums just this nice balance.
I would agree. They definitely came into their own with Campus or with Museum.
Yeah.
They found that nice balance. And that's why I am so excited to see what they come up with next.
Is that a Rex or you have
That's
Reno?
a holo.
Okay.
Yeah, if you hear
I
somebody in the background, it is most likely Holo, because she always forgets to close her door, or the cat pushes her door open.
Oh. I do not believe I have met Holo.
No, she doesn't really come around.
Fair enough. Now, I was gonna dip my nacho triangles directly into the tub of sour cream, but I feel that's a recipe for mold. So. Because I'm not gonna eat this entire kilo tub of sour cream in one go. Big tub. Very big tub. I really should get better at knowing how to convert these. How much is a kilo? Uh, 2.2 pounds? Or 2 pounds 3 ounces?
So I walked away to go close Holo's door, and heard you say 2.2 pounds, and I'm like, what, are they making the dog pound next?
No, I was talking about my sour cream tub and how it was a kilo of sour cream. And then I was like, wait, I have to convert it. So yeah, 2.2 pounds. Of sour cream.
What am I missing for getting the brats in here?
Wasn't the Bratz a TV show?
Yes. And video games and merch.
Well, in this case, it is a group of guests that I'm supposed to be catering to, but I don't know how to get them here.
I wonder if it's literally the furries. So Zim, to have a good time at a furry con, roughly how much money should I have budgeted?
I would say that entirely depends on you as a person. Like, for example, for me, the last con I went to, I spent very little. Outside of, you know, the actual going to the, you know. As far as luxury spending outside of what was needed to actually just attend it, I didn't feel the need to spend that much.
Fair.
But I also was happy just sitting on a balcony the entire time, just chilling and hanging out with whoever came by.
I guess I'd probably, as much as I like hate crowds, I'd probably want to, I don't know, do a bit in the dealer's den.
The dealer's den, whatever you budget for it, make sure you have about double. Because nobody actually sticks to their budget in the dealer's den.
Fair. So, I don't know. I was thinking I'd probably need about 10 grand for flights and a hotel. Then probably, I guess, another 8-9 grand on top of that. Jesus.
Oh yeah, Vari. Vari accidentally double tipped the waitress at the place we went to.
Oh. Because it's like to fly to the US alone is going to cost me like 7.5 to 8 grand for a return flight.
Yeah.
And then if I'm gonna go do that, I might as well make it, worth my while and do some fun shopping. And gotta make sure it's a con you're gonna turn up to
what?
and drag Gary along too.
Really, game?
Did it crash?
No. It let me build stairs up to this floor, and yet apparently I've reached the max floor.
Oof.
So it's like, why did you let me build up here if you're not actually going to let me build up there?
Because
And that escalator to nowhere.
Alright, I guess I will go this route.
I almost wonder if it would be cheaper to do a furry con in Australia and fly my US friends over here instead.
That's kind of one of those things where it's like...
It'd be cheaper for them too.
Except for the fact that we'd all have to spend more to get over there.
Well, that's why I said I'd pay for them to come over here. And then it's just a furry con with a favorable exchange rates.
I think it would be better for you to come here because the flight is probably the most expensive part there.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you bring me, you bring Guru, you bring possibly others, and that gets... Even just Guru and I would be expensive.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah, maybe
Vari,
it puts the
there's
smoke spot on the roof. It's a vape hangout.
You know what? I will check something. I'll get rid of this and this. Maybe
Kit Kat, why do you want me to die? Why do you want me to be unalive?
No, can't place that there or that.
Tim, Kit Kat wants me to unalive.
Just ignore Gib Gab.
Okay.
Gib Gab's smelly. I mean, have you seen the bird?
Australia has better birds. What?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could have like a roof garden or something, Vari, but no.
Ooh, I just unlocked boar form. I can now turn into a pig in my game. Yay! Everyone wants to make me a pig.
I turned you into a doggy.
It's okay. Eventually I'll get a fox form and a bird form.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimond_ has turned Karoi into a Tepig. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Oh, no. Kuro, remember you can, you are allowed to pineapple stuff.
I might have to pineapple that stuff. Please don't turn me into a pig.
I'll send the card back, Emond. Okay, so this is supposed to include a safe and ironing board for the rooms, but I'm not seeing that. Does it just get automatically added to the... Wait, why is this not 4-star? As far as I can tell, all of this is 4-star. You have nothing to apologize for. Where's this ironing board? Exactly what GibGab said. Exactly. Boundaries are good.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, my best guess is that it's something that's just, like, automatically added to the... It's gotta be something that just got automatically added to, like, the wardrobe or something, because that's where most hotels keep those things anyways. They're attached to the wardrobe. But still...
Oh, that's adorable. One of the yokai on this island is a pelican that encouraged himself to do the male route by sticking a fishing rod in his backpack and a fish at the end of it in front of him so that he can keep up the motivation to walk his male route.
Oh, that does sound adorable.
So that's a tough one because there's a couple of Pokemon that I really like that I probably wouldn't want to be turned into. So I feel like that's a trap question. I guess my favorite Pokemon, if I'm just answering that as it is, would probably be Gardevoir. Then probably like Jirachi and Cerebi. Who else do I like? I'm a big fan of the Alakazam. I like my psychics and ghosts a lot, honestly. But I don't know. To be honest, as long as it's not a pig or something that's like,
Yay! 4 stars!
I'm pretty fine. I love my ice types as well. That would be it. It would be if you had to pick something that I'd like, it'd be something psychic, ghost, or ice.
The pizza has arrived.
Ooh, yummy. Do we see pics of pizza?
Maybe? Probably not.
Okay.
I don't really take pictures of food.
Fair enough.
I'll be right back.
So I don't understand Gib Gab. Kuroi would rather than Fave or TF. Top 5 would Smash, top 5 would pass Pokemon. I mean, my Smash list is pretty easy. But do you mean in a TF sense, or in a would have fun with said Pokemon sense? Well, there's Machamp, Incineroar. Let me pull up some stuff again. That's 2 of the Smash. What else would I smash?
I've grabbed pizza. However, it will be a few more minutes, guys. Be back with y'all soon.
Oof, that's... I feel like a Goodra could be a lot of fun to play with. I know Ditto gives me funny feelings sometimes, but that's mostly because that's a cop-out. That's every Pokemon in one. So probably not that. Ooh, a Hypno could be fun. If they weren't, sadistic, horrible things. But that could be fun. So could a Lickitung. This is oddly tough. I thought this would be the easy list. Maybe the pass will be the easy list. I kind of feel like a Giratina could be interesting. But I'm a bit weird. Yeah, but you see, my problem is they're given. I like them big. Yeah, Incineroar was already on my list. I think they were one of my top two. The two I have locked in so far are Incineroar and Machamp. I kind of could lean towards Machoke because there's choke in the name, but I mean, I could say a Whale Lord, but then that's getting interesting. I can't pronounce its name, and I'm not going to try because I'm going to butcher it, but Rowlet's final form is probably up there too.
Decidui.
Yeah. Yes, I know, but Ditto feels like it's a cop-out because Ditto is every Pokemon in one. Because otherwise Ditto would be in my number one slot because it's literally every Pokemon in one. And it has the even added bonus of being able to go into you as something small and then changing into something big. Firefighting. I've already got one of those. You know what? Just because they're kind of like the edgelord of Pokemon, Absol. Probably number 3 would be Absol. And then I guess... See, I want Gudra, but I want a male presenting Gudra. So that's probably the Hissane Gudra. Or Hisuian? No, they're both the same. Whatever, Gudra, anyway. That's true, but he literally is like a wrestler in his outfit. So I only need to find one more. No, instead of... I'm gonna say it wrong again, even though I just heard it. Instead of Dusai, it would be Absol. Ooh, I forgot about... You know what? My last one would be Meowscarada. Meowscarada. Meowscarada? Give me that grass kitty. I mean, I would have thought that, but it's literally Meowscarada. I guess you could say Mouscarade. Mouscarada. Or Masquerade. It looks more like it's spelled Meowscarada.
Meowscarada, yes.
command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimond_ has turned Karoi, make up for earlier cause too much gremlin into a Drakloak. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Alright, so sorry about that, everybody. I am back.
Dracula? Dracula. Oh, Dracula.
I have no idea what that Pokemon is.
Dracula.
Also, I sent you both a video.
Dracula.
At some point, I think, another day probably, I'm gonna have both you and Key and Voice here. And we're gonna go through a certain channel for a react. Ah, okay. Yeah. Craig, not Craig.
Dracula.
It's all retail stuff that he does. Well, that's not the only thing he does, but that's a lot of what he does.
Dracula. Dracula.
We'll make you both cry. Don't worry. We do it for the Vine.
Drakloak is a dragon ghost, Zim.
Ah. Did I get everything upgraded? I think I did.
Where did you send the video?
I sent it to you on Telegram.
Oh! You showed me this one the other day. Well, not
That?
this one, but one of this guy's videos the other day.
Yeah, I sent it, yeah. I was like, I know I showed you some of his videos, but not that one. I'd never seen it before today. I appreciate that I can just click things and upgrade them. A new guest review! Ooh, 89%! Sweet!
I mean, there was a line there that it is my true... Yep, that's my horror moment. The item didn't scan, it must be free then. And you know what sucks? After the 100,000th time you've heard it, you still have to chuckle like it's the first time you heard it.
What? You mean the guests don't constantly come up with original jokes?
I think it's the same. There's the same 4 jokes I hear on repeat endlessly.
Also, Key cute.
He is cute. Key? Were you the spider, the weaver?
The seamstress? Yes.
Yeah. Yay! Edna.
What?
And guest. I'm sorry. It was great. Who actually did her voice?
I don't know who did her voice, but I would pay money to watch a series of just her.
Oh, it was Brad Bird. It's a guy.
I would
It's
so
the
happily,
director of The Incredibles.
I would so happily pay money just to watch a series of her by herself. Well, not by herself.
Show.
Not by herself, but having all these different superheroes come in and stuff.
Oh, like you'd call it like I don't know.
The mode files.
I mean, mode files, and it's just all the drama she runs in trying to develop superhero costumes and just being Edna, peak Edna. I would watch that definitely.
I think everybody would very happily watch that.
And we very much have to have like the occasional bout of her fighting with superheroes who want capes.
Definitely. Oh, they never finished the work. Uh-oh. Get back here. That's literally the title of the episode, yes.
Yes. And the episode has to end with Edna finally caving and making the cape, and then it doesn't show what happens. It's just the next scene is a cut away to an obituary section of a page, or like a front page of mourning the loss of. Or is that too dark?
No. Very fitting. Very good.
And you just have Edna seeing the newspaper and be like, "Oh, what a shame."
If only somebody warned him.
Then just using her stick, just pushing it into that incinerator on her counter and moving on. I mean, the benefit of Rillaboom? The benefit of Rillaboom is you don't have to provide him with implements. He has his own smacking cane.
Yeah, Edna mode was one of those situations where a side character outshone the rest of the movie.
Yeah. I think they call it a show stealer. Although, to be honest, if I could pick any power set from The Incredibles, it would totally be Violet's.
But would you use it for good or evil?
Yes.
Or not to? Hi,
Okay,
Azure.
Sonos. I would use it for all of the above. I'm sure there's some very fun things you could do with those force fields. You know, I'm just thinking, boop, boop, boop. Though, can she move the force fields? That's my question. Or are they just where she makes them?
That is a great question. One I don't
Because
think
if
we're
she
ever
could-
going to get an answer to.
Because if she could make it and then sustain it and then like pick it, make a small one, sustain it, then like pluck it out of the air and move it around in 3-dimensional space. Oh wait, no, she can! Because remember, she summons the force field around her and Dash, and then Dash runs around with it like a mouse hamster ball. So they can be moved. Oh, I definitely use it for naughty purposes. Hello, Azure.
Hello, Asher.
But I haven't mentioned my pass Pokemon yet. But that's a toughie, because there's a lot I'd pass on. Although Blastoise is sexy, prove me wrong.
Do what?
Blastoise is sexy, prove me wrong.
I would like to refer you to an age-old saying. There's no accounting for taste.
I mean, he's got 2 fire hydrants. And you can never be too full. Hmm. 5 most absolute would not smash. So I'd have to first pick the ones I wouldn't smash because I like them too much for the cool factor and I wouldn't want to do that. And that would probably be Gardevoir, I want to say Hatrine, and Gothita. Basically the 3 drag queens. Probably not. What's that? Where's the evolutions? Because I know there's one of those. Oh, not Milotic. Milotic would be there. Is it Sylveon? Yes, Sylveon. Wouldn't smash Sylveon either. Those would be, I guess, my top 5 passes. What do you know? The pass list was a lot easier.
What's up, Azure?
Oh, I think they're commenting on Gab's quotes from today.
Ah, yes, yes. Gab was very mean. Very, very mean and hurtful.
Why does something in my computer keep reconnecting? So, Gab, you got my pass list. You got my pass list.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Some Fox just resubscribed for 96 months. Bork bark woof.
Hey, Prism! Thank you so much for that resub and your 96 months of support.
It's a Maddie.
That is your 8-year anniversary. Holy crap. And at the end of next month, I'll be celebrating my 9-year anniversary of the channel. You've been here almost as long as the channel's been around. Well, rather, you came around at the beginning of the channel, but they didn't have the affiliate program at that time. And hello there, Mattio.
So, with the understanding that I have
Hooray! You have
formatted
completed the main objectives in
the
this
old hard
scenario.
drive,
Hats off to you.
what
You
do
can
I
now choose
do
to stay and
about
further
that
improve
issue
your
I just
hotel,
ran into?
potentially unlocking more rewards, or set off to tackle new challenges elsewhere.
Sorry, the game... You chose the one time that the game actually has voice acting to say that.
Oops.
It doesn't have much voice acting, but that was just the one time. So what was that?
So I've formatted the hard drive that did exist on. What can I do from here?
Okay. Search through our history for when I sent it to you originally.
Okay, so I don't really know what it is.
It was a thing, a zipped folder that I would have sent you.
Got you. Okay, that is more to work with. I'll go looking for that.
What would I have mentioned?
I'd probably just use the last time that password showed up.
That's probably not a bad idea. Ah, yeah, there you go. That brings you right to the folder.
Cool. Sorry to
Um,
interrupt for that, but
Oh, not a problem.
there it is. Yeah. Essential dangerous download. Okay, what do with this folder?
This folder will go into the app data. One moment.
Okay, no worries.
I'm bringing it up to properly walk you through because I don't have it, perfectly memorized. So go into the app data folder. I assume you know how to get there.
Yeah, Smite Works, Fantasy Grounds campaign?
Yes. Though you'll need to extract it. I believe it is... I think it's the folder inside of there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No.
Who meow at me?
Meow.
Wait, did I not have a free license when I was running this thing?
No, you're using the license that I pay for.
Oh, hell.
That's why you've got that login.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, now that I've
and
already-
you're gonna need
I've got the password for the server if that's... Oh. Never mind, that's not what you were showing me. Okay. Where do I put that in now that I've already told it I didn't have one of those?
I believe it's under options or something on the main menu.
Okay. I'm so sorry to interrupt the stream with this.
No, you're fine.
Settings.
Pat the
Password, that's
Maddie.
good.
Love ya.
Love you too. I've been patted. Are
Well-
you sure? Oh, there it is. Yep.
So, that was a twofold thing. Is your beanie off?
Huh?
Are you wearing your beanie? That's why I was patting your head to check.
Oh. Yes, I am, in fact, wearing my beanie.
Oh, well then you should take it off.
Fine. Okay. We are all good to go. No more questions.
Great. Then I scoop you up and settle you into my lap and give you snuggles and kisses and let you know how cute you are.
Not
'Cause
cute.
You are very cute.
Not cute.
Incredibly cute.
I'm gonna run some. I'm gonna run some Python code in your channel that detects if people are calling me cute. I don't know what it'll do when it detects that they are, but I'm gonna run it.
You are adorable. You are precious. You are sweet. You are cute.
I mean, until cute. Stinky butt.
What was that?
I said you had me until cute, stinky butt.
Pat pat. Fussy panda.
Very fussy.
But it's why you're so cute. Are you excited for Agents there, Key?
I thought Key didn't
Pardon
watch
me.
Agents.
I will respond shortly.
Oh no, Key very much watches Agents.
What?
Carcerous? You should really check the Tabletop Spoilers channel.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I've never checked that because it contains spoilers.
Well, I mean, we call it spoilers because it's for talking about the tabletop campaigns. And so that way they can freely talk about the latest episodes and such. But you can still see where Key talks about about your game all the time.
Okay, sorry. I was in the middle of a very intensive boss fight that I hate.
What game?
First Berserker Kazan. It's a mage boss fight. Mage boss fights suck.
I want more mage games.
Mage boss fights suck in this game because they can do damage even when you block. But yes, I am very excited for Agents of Reflection. I am exceptionally excited for Agents of Reflection.
Okay.
See, you got fans there, Maddie.
I know I've got.
Maddie, you are an excellent storyteller. Don't make me pull out Last Lost again.
You better not.
I'm gonna.
Well, you'll be excited to know that today's episode is a musical.
Yes.
Once more with feeling.
Yes, I didn't tell the players, but they're actually going to get a chance to interact this session. It's going to be all of the villains and heroes outside of the party singing. And that's it. No interaction, no gameplay.
Did you know that they're rebooting Buffy with all the original cast that are still alive?
And what if the ones who aren't?
They're still going to technically exist within the show. Specifically, it's the actress who played Dawn.
Ah, gotcha.
Because, she was one of the youngest cast members, but she died due to a complication with a liver transplant, earlier this year.
Oh.
Which sucks, because she was, one of my favorite child actresses, because she was in, Harriet the Spy and all that stuff.
Such a shame that I can't be in Agents of Reflection. I can be very musical sometimes.
Yeah, if this is going to be a musical, just to be aware that Cashel is not musically inclined at all.
I don't. Don't
You
worry.
have been warned.
Like I said, the players need not even be there. It's just going to be the villains and agents singing at each other, and the party will never get a chance to interact or speak or do anything.
I get the feeling this is a joke.
Oh,
yeah.
It is.
It's going to be a Disney movie.
I'm not going to be that crappy of a storyteller.
I mean, my autistic brain needs clarification.
You're right. My bad.
Sorry.
Oh, I very look forward to this session now. Oh boy.
I like musicals.
No, in reality, it's probably going to be a whole lot of the party resting after the events of last session.
Hey, Fetch!
Resting, giant air quotes.
In musicals, I don't have to try to interpret the emotion. It's sung out loud in very obvious ways for me to understand.
I am feeling angry! Does that help?
It's like the day I learned that we can use background music in TV shows as a short key to understand the emotion you're trying to feel.
I do miss Fetch hanging out. I really, really, really miss Fetch hanging out.
Oh, that's right. Wyatt gets to have so many feelings because his brother's been found, and nothing is wrong at all with the sibling aside from a mild case of torture.
It's okay. It's only a mild case of torture. They'll get better. Right?
And there's no ambivalence with the captured villain at all. There is no gray area here. There is only black and white, and everything will resolve itself just fine.
Okay, now I'm starting to think it won't be alright and everything's a shitstorm.
Oh really? How could you tell? The Category 6 storm that chat conjured when the team started the mission?
There was a Category 6 storm that started when the when chat started the mission?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was worse than the hurricane that you guys summoned on Wild Traditions.
Oh.
The sole adjective I used to describe it was apocalyptic.
Rain and thunder and sand.
Was
And
it
he's
thunderbolts
in
and
there, and
lightning
he's
very,
in
very
there, and-
frighteningly? Galileo.
And he's in there.
And
Not a
yes.
dated reference I just made. Apologies.
And yes, it was all Gib Gab's fault. All of it.
What did Gib Gab do? Summon all the storm cards?
Gib Gab chose to
Antagonize
smite
Cat?
the Wild Traditions team, and it hit Narashi. This is an error that the bird will never live down.
Crack, snap, pop. When did Snap, Crackle, and Pop stop being a breakfast cereal slogan and start being just daily movement?
Great question.
Oh, that happens when you hit your third decade.
Yeah. I don't remember a time before it.
Just wait till you get to your 4th decade. Then it becomes anal probing in the not fun way.
I already have to have that because of my family's medical history.
Can I just exfil after round 31?
No.
Round 26 is kicking my ass.
I wish.
Oh, aren't you an adorably young panda?
I know, he's so young.
You guys should see him in person. He is so adorable.
Yeah, except the fact that I'm constantly dancing, singing, or tapping on something. Then it
Would you
gets.
go as far
I
as
reiterate, adorable.
Would you go so far as to say adorkable?
I go so far as to say Disney princess behavior.
So adorkable.
We do have art of the panda princess.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Not true. Also, it was commissioned by Liam, so it doesn't count.
Neeson?
I mean, not literally commissioned, but suggested.
I mean, just listen to that cute little yawn.
Damn it, it's contagious.
It's contagious, but it's adorable.
I want people to understand that that yawn is not put on. I do that in real life. And Zim would know.
I have the feeling I have to say I understand that one.
So cute.
That's it, Azure. Your character will never find happiness. That was your last offense.
So final. So final. So fatalistic.
He just doesn't want to admit the truth. That he is adorable and cute and sweet.
You had me with any of those until cute.
Especially when he, you know, snuggles up to someone, it is just precious.
Well,
oh yeah, Gib Gab does have a point. You do owe him a certain thing there, Maddie.
I'm not excited about that bit. Ooh, hey, I can delete my old tip goal page. Now that we have the PC.
You'll see after we start the game there, Azure.
Oh no, I need more sulfur.
I am to go. I'm your darkest moment.
So I have essentially completed this particular map here. At least for now. There's some things that I can't do until the next until I've unlocked things in the next hotel. But I don't want to go start a new hotel and when we're switching in like 15 minutes.
What did I do? Told you. Fucking mama, you messed it up 200 times. Baby, it's so.
Wait, I paid off both my loans. Why do I have debt? Oh, because my cash is in the negatives. Fair enough.
Oof.
Well, hello there, Artie.
Where?
Oh, you threw a potion at me.
They're hiding in chat.
No matter how I'm better than now, take you down tonight.
Pet the sweet Maddie.
Many thanks.
I offer the apple slices and cinnamon.
Both welcome offerings.
Listen to that cute coo, Roy.
I like apple slices and cinnamon.
What? Woo! Another 4-star review! So precious.
Unfortunately, I do not exactly create noises such as this. But I am happy enough to call them adorable.
Cheat?
Yes, you are paid. You are a good boy.
I don't know. I think we need to bring back Paint's Bad Boy arc.
Please
Oh,
no.
you do know how much I like Bad Boy.
Please. You don't understand. It'll be so much worse. I can't move him if he's on the ground.
Oh, that is the best item that I have ever gotten in any game.
I realize how stubborn he will be.
Hey, there go my boy right there. That Mango, that's monster murdering Mango. What up, Mango?
Yeah, Paint's Bad Boy arc is just depression.
Well, that's not Bad Boy. That's Sad Boy.
Yeah, but he's sad because he is a bad
lots
boy.
of cuddles and hugs.
He's a bad boy because he's a sad boy. Or he's a sad boy because he is bad. You know, bad boy. He has done horrible things.
That just sounds like he wants attention and cuddles.
It can be so hard to convince him of things when he gets like that. Not like you, Maddie.
Sorry, what? I kind of zoned out.
Oh, I was just saying that when Pink gets depressed or stubborn, it's hard to convince him of things. Truths, you might say. Not like you, right?
I don't know if I'm especially hard to convince of things.
People keep talking about being hard.
Really? You're just gonna leave it at that?
I don't think I need to say more.
Such language.
I'm just repeating what you're repeating. So I'm just repeating what you're saying.
Goodness, it's like being around arson again.
Fire? The leprechaun does tell me to burn things. I used to be able to do Ralph's voice perfectly. What happened?
You grew up. Physically.
No, I stopped practicing it. I used to be able to do it well into my late 20s. It would hurt my throat, but I could do it.
Meanwhile, we have a sweet little Wah here who could use some more attention.
Why does the conversation have to come back to the wall?
Because you are here.
And you are precious.
Can I not instead tell you about the new site, the new website extension .gay?
You may, as you have piqued my interest.
It's the same as any other domain extension, but it's very much a pride-based thing.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the regional code for Uruguay.
Nope. Just an activism thing. You can now use .gay as your fucking website's extension. That's it.
I don't know why, but that feels cringe.
I just don't know. Like, I guess I would use it
Meaningly?
kind of like. I don't want to give any examples here, but you can just imagine all the horrible, awful, evil website names that would end with .gay.
Yeah. I can see it more being used as a weaponize against it than support for it, unfortunately.
Jesus. But yeah,
just because the internet being the internet.
Well, as we all know, the internet is for porn.
That's true.
It's a wonderful place for it.
Big sweaty soldiers .gay going up tomorrow.
I still stand by the Dr. Cox quote. If you get rid of all porn on the internet, there will only be one website left, and it would be bringbacktheporn.com.
Not wrong.
Though, to be honest, I feel like there's a couple of groups in the United States doing a very insistent job on trying to get a lot of porn sites taken down.
What an unenlightened society.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, handsome, you may try, but last I checked, porn sites can't die.
I mean, there are a couple that have died because of those movements, but
I'm trying to make a forced Epic the Musical reference, if you could just work with me here.
Oh, I don't know what that is, sorry.
Unfortunately, I have never gotten to see/listen to Epic the Musical. I want to.
Well, I'll just go back to sitting in my corner being irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. I keep seeing animations and things pop up, and it's like, I would love to see this, but I don't know where to do so.
I want to watch Doctor Who, but I can't for another week.
And Maddie tells him what you named the squad in Monster Hunter Wilds. Sorry, go ahead and finish your thought, Kuroy. My bad.
Oh, I'm supposed to be watching the final with my housemate, and he decided to go away to a furry con this week, so I have to wait for him to come back. Sad face. How was it? I do wonder who would go to more furry cons, my housemate or Zim.
I mean, my ability to go to them is entirely dependent on other people.
I feel like it's probably pretty close, because he goes to them because he runs one. And yet I've still never been to one.
So what did you name your squad in Monster Hunter Wilds, Maddie-O?
I am very intrigued by this as well.
Okay, look, I don't know why they're making a big deal about it. It's just named the Cute Squad.
They admitted it.
And that sounds like you admitted it.
The description is just because y'all are doesn't mean I am.
I think that's admitting it.
I even used the word y'all to show how serious I was.
But isn't y'all inherently meant to be a cute thing?
It's just a southern thing.
Isn't the southern accent generally considered kind of a cute?
Isn't it a... what is it, a conjunctive term or something?
It's a conjecture.
No,
not conjecture. Contraction?
It's a conjunctivitis.
A contraction. Did you just say it's a gingivitis?
It's a conjunctivitis. It's a disease you get in your eye.
That's why you have to make sure you swallow.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh. No. Bonk. to horny jail with you.
I'll
be good.
Excellent. Now I may return to peacefully petting the musical wah.
What the hell? What a musical wah.
Yeah, he keeps saying that it's annoying for some reason, but it is actually just precious as hell.
Because it is annoying. It's well, okay, maybe not for you, because you can occasionally step outside and smoke and get a break from me. But
it is not annoying at all.
Tell that to Mimic, who no less than 6 times on Saturday told me to stop singing.
I mean, well, Mimic can go suck a fucking lemon.
That's a lie. He didn't say that. I'm slandering him.
I think that's entirely up to the individual. Like, for example, one of my housemates yells at me every time I start singing and dancing around the house, and the other one thinks it's adorable, so...
Meanwhile, I do all of my singing mostly privately, so as not to annoy anyone. Even though my mate has constantly said that he enjoys it, but it's like, no, I don't want to annoy. You're trying to listen to things.
Key, I would be happy to listen to you sing.
Oh. My mate makes me sing.
Excuse me. I was about half asleep when you said that, but I know horny when I hear it.
No. That wasn't actually...
I do remember there was a point where Zim had to step away and I did a musical number. Well, not a musical number. I picked a song. So I could entertain chat while Zim had to be away for an extended period of time.
I want to be able to do musical little asides like that.
Yes, you are pretty, Kurai.
I'm pretty sure that he's made me sing on stream once or twice.
You know what? You're right, Zim. Kurai is pretty Kurai.
Alright, I'm gonna move over to Tabletop Dungeon, and then I'll be right back.
Yep, gonna go ahead and wrap up this recording.
Oh,
so thank you everybody for joining us so far on the stream today. That was Hotel Architect. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store, commissioning one of the artists that I manage for. Their details are at zgf.art, or just by coming by and hanging out. But for now, thank you so much for joining, everyone, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
So long.
Bye.